global. From Seoul to Rio de Janeiro, from small bedrooms to massive arenas. From your very first game to your biggest victories. This is our world, our digital city. Millions play, millions watch. A global movement shaped by players, driven by passion, powered by its culture and community.
I am Arminas, head of Reloader. We love gaming. We live esports. Welcome to our venture.
We're Team Reloader. Our mission is simple. Give players what they've always deserved: rewards, respect, and recognition. This isn't just about features. It's about the culture we live and the community we build. Play more. Chase goals. Build your legacy.
Lock, load, and reload. It's reloaded. Things are just starting.
Gaming is massive. Esports is global. From Seoul to Rio de Janeiro, from small bedrooms to massive arenas. From your very first game to your biggest victories. This is our world, our digital city. Millions play, millions watch. A global movement shaped by players, driven by passion, powered by its culture and community.
I am Arminas, head of Reloader. We love gaming. We live esports. Welcome to our venture.
We're Team Reloader. Our mission is simple. Give players what they've always deserved: rewards, respect, and recognition. This isn't just about features. It's about the culture we live and the community we build. Play more. Chase goals. Build your legacy.
Lock, load, and reload. It's reloaded. Things are just starting.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the, again, Reloaders Ascent Empress Cup. Today will be the grand finals and 25,000 rupees on the line. Only one team to claim it. I'm going to be your caster today, joined alongside the very mysterious shaded individual. Sheba, how are we doing?
This seems like a pretty chill match, Puffer. So chill that I had to move my camera up to show my extra amazing sunglasses today. Just specially made for this epic grand finals here between Sirens and Asterisk. Listen, we've had to talk about it, right? These teams have played together in the past, so this is a rematch, first and foremost, right? And second of all, it's a long journey for the Sirens roster, having played so many matches in this tournament. There's a double-edged sword with their matchup, you could say. Maybe a little bit of an asterisk in their odds of winning this grand finals with how easy they could be to prepare for what they have in line. In fact, one of their newest maps that we haven't seen yet in the bind was shown in just their last match against 1HP, and that being potentially a map to see in this best of 5 could make things very, very spicy. Asterisk are, I think, without a doubt, the big overdogs in this series, and I'm hoping to see some sparks come in from this Sirens roster because they have managed to do some very good things. Taking a map off of Asterisk, first and foremost, is a huge deal considering how prestigious as a team Asterisk are on the Game Changer side. Granted, you could argue that in a way they may be hiding some strats and maybe that was why they had a weaker comp for that Lotus map, but it doesn't change the fact that a team that are playing representing South Asia as the representatives for Game Changers challenges for Pacific is up there, right? That's a big name. That's a big title to hold. And especially being in this tournament, it shows that they're a scary team and scary force to be reckoned with. Sirens have taken a map off them. That should tell you the potential that this team has to go further.
And hopefully there's going to be more chances today because we're going to have ourselves a best of 5. And in the meanwhile, we have 5 maps at most. Let's take a look at the veto because I'm really interested. You said Lotus was taken away from the likes of Asterisk Women. Well, maybe Sirens are going to be able to pick off just a couple extra. And take a look at the map veto here. The first 2 bans, Sunset Ascent. But the first pick from Asterisk will be Corrode, followed by Lotus, Haven, and 2 more. Get the drum roll going, Abyss. And of course, the last one, the decider, if we even end up getting to it, will be Bind. Now, let's talk about about Lotus? You know, since you said this is where Sirens can start picking it up, but the first map, Corrode, is where it mostly matters. I think it's going to be a good way for one of these two teams to kick it off, to show what they, you know, kind of practice for. And we also haven't seen these two teams play against each other on Corrode.
That's true. The matchup for Corrode has just not been around for either of these teams, and we haven't really seen either of them play this at all, at least on stream. Maybe we may have seen it one time off stream or two, but generally speaking, Corrode is a very big question mark of a map, and that's something that we haven't really seen either team play on. So it's a big excitement point because first off, Corrode is a banger. I love Corrode. I think it's one of the best new maps that's released recently, and I think that in turn makes things very exciting. It's a very close quarters. It's a very close quarters map. A lot of battles with just raw gunfights comes in as well. And it's a very mid-control heavy map too, so early skirmishes are going to be a big thing on this map. But for Lotus, with the second pick from Sirens, again, it makes sense. I feel like this is by far their strongest map, and if we are to see a similar comp that Asterisk are going to be running against Siren, they might have another struggle again. It really depends on how willing they are to really share out, you know, those comps that they're going to be running for challenges, because Lotus is one of the most common maps you would be playing into. So loads of prep into that map when you go into something like as prestigious a challenge as Pacific, right? But with that, before even we get into Lotus, we have to go into Corrode. So our agent select is going to be up and running very, very soon. And we're going to be seeing who will be picking what. On Corrode, it's a very experimental map still. You see some areas where a lot of different agents are being picked, a lot of different kinds of strategies are being emphasized on this map. But if I was to tell you one thing, mid control is the deal here, and with that you need some really strong controllers, and Viper is one of those super strong protagonists of this map in terms of the controller role. But you can also run the Astra, you can also run the Omen if you are running a bit more of a simple, well-rounded comp. If you wanted to go heavy into XX stuff, Viper is your girl. But Neon is seemingly to be the duelist of choice here for both teams, and that honestly is not a bad call. I know Waylay's found a lot of popularity on this map recently, and Yoru as well is a huge agent on this map, but it doesn't seem like either of them are going to be leaning into that. It's going to be the good old Neon, which I think is a much more tried and true agent for a map like this.
What we're seeing from Sirens now, normally on maps like Corrode, like you said, Viper is going to be the king, the throned best agent, I would say, on this map. Again, really strong. And normally you see the double controller lineups when it comes down to Corrode, such as Asterisk, Women right now bringing it out. Sirens, on the other hand, will be going for double Sentinel. And I really like this. I feel like the B side and the A side are very one-dimensional when you go for the push. Like you said, the midpoint is extremely vital. If the attackers aren't going to be claiming that midpoint of the map, they have to go through one corridor, be it B main or A main, and that's where the Sentinels really play a huge role. By the Deadlock being able to just shut you and push you back, or the Vise not even allowing you to enter, I think that's what Siren's game plan is. But on the attacking side, they're not going to serve as much value on the defensive. So what I'm thinking, right now, Sirens, we're going to have a bit of a rougher start. But once they go to that second half, it's going to be a complete different pace.
Yeah, I think for me, this composition here from Sirens is quite interesting. Having the Neon coming in as your primary duelist, but then running double Sentinel without any initiator to enable that aggression from Neon is very interesting, because I feel like one of the big issues that I see from Sirens when they run the Neon is their inability to keep up with Ravenclaw's pace when going up. One habit that's very common from Sirens' Neon, Sirens' duelist player, is to go out on her own into these isolated fights, and it oftentimes, especially against Asterisk when they last played, led to just her getting picked off very, very early on. But this seems like a composition where it allows her to kind of go lone wolf, only really using potentially the Fade util to help her out in catching out close quarters angles. But the wall that Neon has is a really strong divider for taking space on both sites. But obviously mid-control is the big deal here, and you can already see as we open up into this grand finals, best of 5, it's already looking a little bit heated in mid.
Ooh, alright, excited, barely into the pistol, and we can see that Twirly's appreciating the strength that the midpoint currently holds, but, you know, you still have to do your due diligence at approaching the main objective, and that's going to be the same main site. Now, yeah, just nicely holds down the smoke, but now with the Prowler out, gets pushed back. That's the Vise completely isolated. Raven missing a couple of those shots, and you're going to get punished for it. As now Sirens look at the bounce back from Asterisk. They're going to be completely punching into them, and outnumbered in a moment. Aim with the classic people to claim one, but it matters not, as Sirens seem to be able to EQ it back on the land count. But for how much longer is it going to stand? For one more. Good from Nicole. course, you gotta be careful when you're gonna be going into the line of sight of Casper, as again, entry into sight is probably the most difficult on Corona.
A good attempt at a 5-man full exec, but Ravenclaw's whiff at the start and the entry is definitely going to sting. One lack of firepower could have been a little extra help. One extra firepower could have been more helpful now as you go into a bit of a slower paced second half of this round.
30 seconds left.
Whirly doing significant damage despite falling is a serious problem here. With that mark going on to Nicole.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, too easy for them. Both of them so low, too low to really do anything about this Viper taking out. And that's going to be the opening pistol round for Asterisk, despite Sirens honestly having a very valiant attempt there.
100%. But in the end, I didn't see the team chemistry come out. You know, we saw the Neon push in. Like you said, that's the one thing from Sirens, and their aggressor is a bit too isolated, a bit too alone. The rest of the team didn't necessarily follow up through it or support with any of the utility, and that was clearly spotted because then Asterisk women just kind of crunched him down, piled upon him, and took him out one by one. So hopefully going into the following round, maybe we're going to see that change. But yet again, first round will be Asterisk, and so will be the Eco.
Yeah, this next buy, I mean, it's going to be the typical eco round buy here for Asterisk. One thing for Corrode is that playing in heavy mass numbers is going to be, honestly, a much better choice for Sirens. And obviously committing to close quarters combat fights, it's also going to be a big benefit for you. If you are the Neon here, a very common tactic on this attack side is to have your smoker get rid of that mid site area to ensure nobody can spam you out while you're crossing through mid, and then just insta speed run into corridor and just get yourself an early fight there straight away and just establish that control. And then through that space that you have, you can go into a really scary A split that puts loads and loads of pressure on the defenders. But it doesn't seem like this time it's going to be that case. Maybe we're just waiting for maybe a small tech pause, because it does seem like the timer has been paused up. And if I was to make a guess, this looks like a potential fake or kind of contact play, considering that you've got that Vice from Sirens kind of still on the opposite side of the map, maybe trying to catch out a lurk from Ven. But last time this happened, Ven effectively just did a quick safe rotate, never really doing anything too risky here, especially with the Spirit Weaponry attack. It's going to be a bit of a scary opening fight here for Natural, who immediately makes contact and backs away, respecting that superior weaponry in the hands there of Ven, as the rest of Sirens are onto the A side like they did in the pistol.
Yeah, I was expecting them. Their guns this time. Raven, again, won't be able to hit any of those shots, and isolated once more by the Vice's sheer. As Ven just waiting. You know, we're going to keep the B, a single player on towards it. It's going to be more than enough to keep it secure, while the rest of the players from Sirens just back off and go for a rotate.
Yeah, unfortunately, that for Ravenclaw, not really able to fake out the wall and getting isolated with that classic in hand. Not really much else he can do. There. And it looks like Sirens want to go into a mid-fight here with that early smoke. Twirly is instantly sniffing this. Greyhound to blood on the ground. Instantly where that possibility can happen. And
one enemy remaining.
Twirly will grab her one, but then fall to the hands of Natural. 2 kills here for Sirens. Not the worst scenario to be in, but that's all they're going to get with Amy getting her 4th in the round here. That's a clean 2 rounds there from Asterisk. Of course, you've always wanted to be an easy 5-team clear, but it doesn't really mean much. You still get your 2, and winning the round is all that matters with this.
Winning the round is all that matters, but Sirens now, they went into yet another full save. We saw only pistols from them, meaning they're going to be able to back themselves up a bit more going into a full round from both of these, and maybe a bit of a bonus from Asterisk as well, which could go heavily countered. And this is the time for Sirens to get the ball rolling. If it's not now, then it's going to be another 2 rounds for Asterisk.
I'll find you.
Run down here from Ravenclaw. Isolated this time with so quick to get the takes on the ball and Trey with the Guardian. It's surgical through the wall there. And that's almost been a nightmare scenario now for Sirens. This might be 3-0.
It's already looking dire, but look at me out peeking out with a single tap right between the eyes of Natural. Now Ravenclaw backing up, the last one standing. Sirens can rely on the chosen one, able to get a head pop, but it will not suffice unless you do it 3 more times. The AC you're currently working with, you're completely outnumbered. The enemy team could just take you away, but again, tucked into a corner, waiting for anyone to peek into your line of sight to get the challenge, but you're overwhelmed, and Wen is able to finish it out.
I think when you're in that situation with Ravenclaw, you have to be really meticulous with your peeking there. If you can manage to isolate 1v1 slowly but surely, you could have been able to catch out Casper. But in all honesty, it's difficult to win 1v1s in this tournament. You're against a player like Casper, who has been by far one of the highest performing players in this tournament. And you saw it with that double kill with the Guardian, be it through smoke or be it through just a raw skill after seeing the players spotted through the smoke. It was an excellent double kill there from Casper. And she's been absurdly lethal in this tournament, and one of the biggest reasons why that opening map on Haven against Sirens was such a pain in the backside for them. Casper on the Sova was just shredding everybody, be it individually with the guns that she has or with her own utility. It was a nightmare to deal with her, and I think for Sirens there's going to be another deal where Casper's going to be a big pain in the backside, with Ben already taking down Natural. That lurk stride out of the picture, and it's another A-hit attempt coming in from Sirens.
Raven now opening it up into pocket once more, but doesn't find the initiation just yet. The rest of the team is slowly following behind, but only one to fend off A alone. They need to be a bit quicker if they want to catch upon this 1v4 opportunity. Now just dashing it on in the Prowler to clear space. Meow gonna get blinded, but the rest of the team don't seem to be playing correctly. They want to get this fight down, but what a Russian twirly with a dash. Doesn't capitalize off of it. There's not enough bullets. Aiming for support. Nicole there to return it. But it's a game
Last
of
player
bang, and it
standing.
seems Nicole's gonna get taken out of the competition. Asterisk once more shutting it down, and then for the finish, Sirens just got grounded.
What the hell happened in that round? So, I mean, Asterisk just gave them the site, which is fair. Playing for retake is good. And then you had Twirling done. You had the player for Sirens come out, take the 1v1 in Yumiko, and then after that,
Last player
rebound
standing.
stone from Twirling. She just panicked. Sees all the numbers and just doesn't land them. And that almost led to a disaster. Twirly quite literally had to go in, commit to a 1v3, and before realizing she would lose, ran back to her team for the support. And that almost led to a nightmare scenario there for Asterisk, but thank goodness the rest of her team are just as sharp on the trigger, and that ended up leading to still a pretty convincing round.
Bring them down.
What is it with Neon players today? We already saw two great whips incoming. It seems
Face your fear!
Let's get them warmed up. Let's get some time, and let's have these openings going on. That's going to be the first one, and it will be none other than the Nightfall. As Sirens are looking for an easy entry, but look at them. They're just not following upon it. They can't seem to do so. They're stopped. They're stalemated outside of the site as well. Just waiting for the smoke to dissipate, but Twirly with a shot right through the smoke. A good bang to the head, and Ravenclaw out of the competition.
I mean, straight away, the big reason why Asterisk were able to thwart that attack attempt was simply from a single molly. And with those thorns as well, the razor vines out that go up through elbow, that just prevents Ravenclaw from taking quick enough space to take out one of the members out from elbow in that specific area. The space you can get with the Neon Wall is so instrumental, and particularly in that part of the map, it's lethal, and Ven will not only be a pain at the very start of the attack, but on the re-hit, will grab two, dropping the spike down.
Last player standing.
Try and fight for their lives, and almost lined up 2k from Yumiko, but that's all she wrote. That's only going to be one kill, and that's all it is.
Isolate
That's
the problem.
very serious singular piece of util that defined the round there for Asterisk. You had the Nightfall, you had the Wall, you had so much invested into that attack, and all of it just to be thwarted by a single snakebite is a serious issue there for Asterisk. And I think serious issue for Sirens, sorry. And I think Ari and the coach here is gonna try and speak some sense, maybe use that 2 cents to help out, because investing such immense utility in that Nightfall and not even getting a single pick or a single hint of space on the site is a serious problem.
Serious indeed. 5 rounds passes by as if nothing were to happen. Just like that, Sirens need a time. They need a space to talk it through, and we're going to be talking about something special as well. Everyone watching right now, if you want to get yourself 6,000 VPs for easy, join the Reloader Discord today. Yes, I'm talking about today, right now. You go and join it while the timeout is still happening to take part in pick'ems and get yourself a potential prize. Did you do your pick'em, Shiba?
I did do my pick'ems, and I have to say, they have already been shredded, so I'm not getting that 6,000 VP, but who knows? If you haven't made them yet into the playoff stage, maybe you have a better chance. So yeah, join the Reload Discord, make your champions picks coming in for Paris, and maybe you get yourself a chance at some nice 6,000 VP, especially with that Epic Champs bundle, or if
Leave
you
me
felt a
with
little bit
Viper.
extra, the new pre-chaos mode came out recently with the new Phantom, which is, honestly, in my mind, instantly a classic. Like one of the best Phantoms in the game. So hey, join the Discord, And as we get into the next round,
Thorns activated.
heavy A hit again
Thorns are
coming
live.
through from Sirens as Ravenclaw trying to do what she does best, instantly thwarted by who will hold this site like an stalwart anchor, managing to get one, even a second. Twirly looking even more space.
Look at Twirly just pressing on by. Amy's going to be taking out natural hell, but one of your players
One
is
enemy
taken out
remaining.
once more as Amy
Spike
keeps on pushing the
down
back.
A.
It seems like Asterisk women are just fantastic at contesting Sirens in their own territories. They do it for the final time as well. The fact that 3 players to take one out, Sirens, this timeout didn't seem to serve them well.
Dear oh dear, this is looking like an absolute whitewash coming through at the moment. Not really much else you can say. I think this Sirens' composition is very strange. Obviously very defender-sided heavy, but more often than not, you would expect double sentinel comps to be, or double controller comps sometimes even, to rely heavily on just locking down sightlines and isolating fights when you take that entry onto the site. When you have that and then suddenly have a hyper-aggressive duelist instead of something like a Yoru, which is much more cold and calculated and much less reliant on just that raw movement pace. And it makes things a bit more difficult. And I think it's just out the counter side for Ravenclaw here. At the moment, Sirens is backfiring quite a lot. With this immense throwing of control coming in, it seems like finally Sirens are making some space, making some land for themselves on the A site as they take down 3 members of Asterisk, with the rest of the 2 members here in Ven and Casper effectively alone here, looking to get some 1v1s and maybe change the numbers.
Spike planted.
Individualized attempt being made as it's Ven to get her first, and that's well almost walking in. A bit of a trap peek there from Ven, but thankfully not the case. She's going to be staying anchored like a Stormjaeger in that corner, looking for maybe a cross on the trade. Surely, naturally, you don't peek this. This is far too risky to go into. You don't want to lose your numbers, especially when Casper's on the other side.
Last player standing.
So no fear there with Natural then peeking with the same amount of bravery there.
Didn't have the save in mind, just played it a bit more aggro, but Sirens needed a breakthrough and it happened just then and there. A bit of util dump, but they get themselves back on the board. Better late than never, but right now a 1-6 is still going to be there, and Asterisk Moorman doesn't mean that they're going to be losing the tempo just yet. Although, I think they did it well. They just ignored the player right around site itself. They went on through a TP, 2 players onto site, contested what was there, and the remnants of Sirens then pushed on behind, getting the kills and shutting down the site. And by the time Asterisk Woman knew it, only 2 players remained.
Cover going.
Yeah, I mean, that was a huge, neutral flood there from Sirens that got them guaranteed that lead, kind of hitting it right in the corner of the net for them, getting those opening picks as well. And then making use of utility, but also a little bit of overzealousness from some of the players from Asterisk.
Not ready yet.
Managing to help them establish that lead.
Ooh, speaking of which,
Things have gone a bit slower now with an operator in the hands of Twirly.
dangerous. Dangerous operator, dangerous person to have it as well. You talk about that overzealousness, we already saw Ven pushing up again. Now Sirens, they seem to be a lot more expectant of the moves of Asterisk, really well reading into them. And again, Ven's just waiting for someone to just walk into his bait, and Sirens don't seem to be taking it.
Sirens are cautious, but they are slow into this. It seems like B is going to be the target, and Ven, almost like the name suggests, luring them in, walk into her crosshairs. As the stuns come in, the paranoia is thrown. Ven can just throw that snake bite into her. Another investment with Nightfall in, with them not able to walk into it because
30
of a
seconds
single
left.
snake bite. This is, again, another scenario where one piece of util has ruined everything, and with an attempt of From the Shadows from Yumiko to claim extra space on the B, it's instantly thwarted out by Meow, but thankfully traded by Ravenclaw, so numbers still winnable here, but there's only 13 seconds left. What do you do?
10
They're giving the
seconds
spike
left.
to Ravenclaw to try and get the fun down before it's too late, but this is just walking into effectively a guaranteed trap. The Annihilation misses somehow, and you've got Twirly now in this overdrive. He's ready to go into the retake.
The amount of investment going into this round might be huge, but what's even larger is Swirly coming in with the overcharge, finds himself Ravenclaw. The second one right through the smoke, but Trey has to bring it right back to center. Then still fighting back against him, fighting the 2 remaining. And Sirens, great investment. The result, not so much.
Yeah, Van is a word in, I believe, in Latin or Spanish to say, you know, come here, get over here. And, they walked into a trap quite a lot. Taking the bait, using it, the throw for the side, and then Utility Ven just throws that statement.
Last player standing.
Come here, bro. And still not happening. Still not happening for Sirens. You had a valiant attempt, but not really enough when that amount of time left is just not in your disposal. And the moment that Nightfall isn't thrown, they quickly rotate back, and it's just too easy to read for Asterisk. Especially with the From the Shadows from Yumiko being popped, that almost guarantees the attention of Sirens there. It doesn't look like you can waste that investment going into it.
Spike down A.
Just so confident taking that pick, even avoiding that paranoia being thrown out. It's easy spaced out there. And also now, great source of information to be able to paranoia being thrown in. Yep,
Spike down
picked out
A.
Ravenclaw mid-overdrive.
One enemy
Only
remaining.
got a couple kills coming out from Sirens with Natural getting one herself, and now alone to get the rest of it. But she's quickly going to be shot. And almost serves the silver plastic there. Hey, hold on. Never mind. Almost the thwarting there, but
We saw the vision. We saw the vision. But yeah, we got to talk about the trade of utility between these two teams, right? The side of Sirens, they throw out Paranoid, they throw out the Prowlers, they send out the Neon, who ends up dying in one way or another, and they're just util dumping into this one big charge. While Asterisk women, all they need to do, right, put down the Thorns, put down an Omen Smoke, and we're good to go. Or like we saw it on B, just a bit of util from the Viper and supported by the Vise. And all of that is cancelled out. Even the Nightfall in the prior round just went to dust because of two pieces of Asterisk women's util. Traded out for 5-6 that Sirens fully sent out and find no value off of.
I feel like I'm not seeing enough value out of this deadlock being thrown here. This wall is really not going to do anything. You can still have something see through the wall and pick out everybody who's walking out L to elbow. And the Ravenclaw managing to grab one of the be a big boost for them as they're going to be able to take extra space and back in the way to give a teammate the Vandal, and she's going to almost guarantee this.
Face your fear!
Sirens, but fully not aware of that operator. Very not aware of the operator from Charlie. But next up, one by one, they fall. It is a 3-on-3. Secure the inside of Asterisk.
One enemy remaining.
Spike
down
last one
A.
tried to fight back against him, but guns simply will not suffice, and Asterisk women already looking to reach into the double-digit mark if this round is won. But Sirens, yet again, they were at a disadvantage. And like you say, the deadlock, I don't think we're really seeing the value. Yeah,
it really isn't being found.
I wish it was, because I really like the deadlock. On the defensive, I imagine it's going to serve a bit better, but on the attack, it just doesn't hit the mark.
I mean, you could make some really strong executes with this. If you could line up the Gravnet in time, you could Gravnet somebody in elbow and then have Neon stun into pocket, and that's instantly space claim guaranteed for you. If someone is standing there, they're cooked. They're a sitting duck.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of many options you could combo with the Neon on this, and I think Deadlock's just not really finding the value. The wall's not really doing much about it. Not really finding the lineup to maybe block out Ben from pushing out through elbow. That's one of many examples into this. And again, we're not finding the value here. It's just Shreya kind of walking in, being a single turret here with a little bit of util to be used. And Amy with this TP, going to be thwarting out any confidence out from Shreya walking out. One of the much stronger individuals here of Sirens. Going to be joining her teammate Natural into walking through top mid, and it's just Vena waiting on the opposite side, but they have to be quick, otherwise they're going to be pincered down. They need to commit to something.
Seems like a tale as old as time. Sirens at a great disadvantage, spotted out by
One
Ben.
enemy
Wait for the
remaining.
moment, but looks away. Wrong timing, but Amy from behind able to just clutch it out. Asterisk women, another round, 10-11, or rather 10-1.
Last round before the switch.
A runaway train. In the end, though, Sirens again, they just walk in, they rely on brute force, and they hope that one dump of utility is able to get them through. As Asterisk women, they spread themselves out a bit more. They try to go for the long run of the round, and it's showing.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I think Sirens on the attack sides are always a little bit too volatile for it to really work against a team like Asterisk. You see so many moments of those individuals kind of running down, tempted to get these 1v1s, and when you're not only unable to coordinate some guaranteed conditions for you to take that space, but also just unable to win those individual fights, it really stings the Sirens, and it almost feels like Asterisk are just impenetrable. Even if they don't show their face, Casper can just telepathically read their position and spam with almost unfair levels of precision. And so, two kills coming out. The last round of the
Spike
half
down
almost
A.
already guaranteed.
One
their
enemy
basket.
remaining.
Oh, and the support from the Paranoia is going to be even that much better. But Ravenclaw still fighting back against him. Not going down there. Walter trying to get yourself those 1v1s. And a good attempt from Ravenclaw. We can give her that. But Casper ended up with a triple. Alone and an 11-1 here. Bit of a brutal on. He's doing the smoke shots. from
Spike
Casper.
down
Absolutely
A.
dominant.
One
And
enemy
in the
remaining.
inside,
Nice
And Asterisk is not helped off from right now. He is. But the double swing was good enough to stop the Crow from doing any more. And that's given this to be a very dominant half for Asterisk. 11-1 on Corrode. This defense has just been unbreakable here. Running effectively a double anchor composition with a similar deal on the Neon on the attack, where you have effectively Neon can just be solo with not really much to help you out aside from the Paranoia and the phase utility to give you a bit more information or give you a bit more security on certain corners. With this track coming in, it's a very quick defense on the attack. This time not even a use of the smoke coming in, it's just a 1v1 that goes, thankfully, for Sirens in the hands of Ravenclaw.
Which Sun to find Twirly. It's only one kill here. Sirens off to a great beginning, then the most. And now fighting back against him. Now is taken out. He
down
still finds
A.
a good transfer with its pop, and Portal Snatter won't be able to find it. Then just get it in return. And although
One enemy remaining.
it's still Ravenclaw somehow alive, but not for much longer. And now with only one standing, it's down to Ven to carry it through. But Sirens, this is the one round they need to get it back up and running if they have to. I mean, the pistol round is a great way to get yourself back, but still, 10 rounds away, rough.
Yeah, we haven't seen Ven play for Asterisk for quite a while in this tournament, from what I remember, not seeing her in the previous series against Sirens. And she's honestly looked very lethal. Another very scary member of an already pretty stacked team here. And so, Ven is a player who I can imagine is very capable of providing these upsets coming in now.
30
Have to
seconds
remember,
left.
Asterisk are no joke. This team is the strongest Game Changers team in the entire South Asian region, being the representatives for Game Changers Pacific. It's a big deal, going up against the best
One enemy remaining.
all of Asia. And this is partly why Ven is just too surgical with it. One, two, the
Spike
blink of an
down
eye.
A.
I can imagine she's just got a little slight bump of the heart rate of that, but aside from that, she's cold as ice. It's too simple for Ven.
Too simple for Ven. And now that the pistol is gone, we only wonder what our Sirens going to do. Just let the round go.
One
Not
enemy
exhaust
remaining.
themselves further in this map and hope that loads will bring about better results. Or try to go for a 12-1 comeback. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Maybe they get it.
I don't know. I don't think Ven will allow that. She's 16-3. That's Republican KD. And so it's another attempt of this aggression through the corridor on mid. And with weird skirmish there with the Paranoia kind of forcing both players back away. And that's a trouble minutes on the target. Twirly judging being caught out by the dog. And the Prowler or cause Yumiko to get a free pick there, but Meow on the other side takes down Treya, so it's an exchange of even numbers finally in the favor of numbers here for Sirens. There's another taken down as Nicole off the Sheriff. Surprise Meow with a bullet to the side, the cranium. Just now, 2 members of Asterisk left. Important to note though, 2 members of Sirens are also very, very low, and there's only 2 members that you have to be really afraid of here for Sirens. It's going to be Casper and Ven, without a doubt.
Ven with a ghost that won them the round previously. And
Last player standing.
up the Omen can find Yumiko, but Ravenclaw swooping in as the last. It's now Sirens with their second round, but we do have to consider Asterisk came in this with basically a bonus, a full save. They didn't necessarily invest a lot, and now Sirens off on to their first round in the second half. In the meanwhile, I'm just wondering again, comeback? Question mark?
Oh, you would have to be... You need a lot of substances to be confident in Sirens taking this, I have to say. This is an absurdly one-sided game. You have a couple like moments of brilliance where they get those early picks, but it's a similar deal as Haven, where Asterisk are not only, generally speaking, the stronger team individually, but just having these much better protocols playing together. Sirens have these moments where you just have like, here, give one player for Ravenclaw and then just let her run into the right? defense makes things so much more simple, and that's why simplicity goes into the favor of the Ravenclaw as she grabs 2.
Good way to kick it off, but seems this has given a bit of silence to both ends. Is now still persisting through mid.
Retrieving
Now
flash.
seeking anyone, picks up the Arcos. Ravenclaw hasn't had enough. He's looking for another challenge. Little does she know that Meow's right around the corner. Able to return it and convert it into a 2v2 with the help of Ben. As all of a sudden picking up better guns, chances are up, and Shreya still looking
One
contested
enemy
from top
remaining.
mid. Finds the spike,
Spike
that's
down
only
mid.
one more remaining, and we find that
Go and
headshot
meet
through
your
the
maker.
wall. Shreya there for the MVP, and Sirens get to keep themselves
Gun here.
surviving.
Thank goodness, right? Courtesy of Shreya on that excellent double kill of the Bulldog. Not letting them get that control from top mid. Even then, if she got picked out, she might have had time to have her teammate from the flank of bottom mid catch them out just before they sneak around the corner. But thankfully, Ravenclaw and Shreya keeping their team alive. But just a small margin, 2 rounds in a row. I still can't help but feel like this is going to be a done deal for Asterisk. But it's nice to see Sirens not backing down at all and not giving up. I think one thing about this team is that, you know, knowing the gravity of the matchup they're against, they're partly having a mix of having fun. I think that's something that you can always appreciate regardless of like Ravenclaw. Not only a quick, volatile attacker, but also
There.
quite a bit of a fun chef, like making these fun solo individual plays. But this time, not given a chance to cook, and Asper will shut down the pit with a fire extinguisher to a flame. And it's now Sirens who are on the back foot again.
Only 2 players, but Unico has felt the pretty
Retrieve-
be added to the
Spike
gameplay.
planted.
Taking out Twirly,
Last
but of
player
course
standing.
outcrossed in the moment. Now only dropped down to 1 in regulation. Victory for
Attackers
Asterisk.
win.
Women in Kuro. The first map is quickly done, a lot quicker than expected. But of course, that's only 1 map. That's why we love grand finals, because they're best of 5s. There's going to be a lot more chances, but in the end game, Sirens just got crunched one after another. Well, with
Spike
so little
planted.
players to remain,
Last
there's
player
not much
standing.
you can do besides hope for a catalyst to put the B5, which is very unlikely. in most
Attackers win.
scenarios.
Yeah, this is a similar scoreline to what we saw in their last matchups when they played on Haven. And it did also have a similar scoreline on Abyss, but I think Abyss is a little bit
Spike
out of comparison
planted.
because they did have
Last
a lot of
player
disconnection issues where they
standing.
quite literally played 45 minutes of the match against Sirens'
Attackers
favor.
win.
But with that, you have to hope that map 2 is a bit more promising, because we are going into Lotus up next. Obviously, Sirens' strongest map, where you can allow Ravenclaw to really pop off on this raise. I feel like if there was one thing to note that I think is a bit of a pain point for Sirens, is that Ravenclaw, although being a solid Neon individually, she is unable to be worked with through the utility that they have. I feel like the deadlock here from Sirens found little to no value in this map, and that's difficult to really quantify, especially knowing how strong deadlock can be on this corrode map. The wall lineups that you can get are instrumental in this. If you get a lineup to get it in through, for example, elbow or into pocket, you get effectively a neon wall into free real estate onto the A site as one example of many. And to not see or any value at all with this deadlock to significantly boost their chances, it's a pain point, right? I feel like all they've managed to find success in so far are some of these 1v1 fights where Ravenclaw and maybe Shreya every now and again are winning some of these 1v1s. Naturel sometimes winning the lurk duel. But aside from that, Asterisk are simply put the superior team, both strategically and individually. And so for Sirens, it's a serious
30
uphill
seconds
battle.
left.
But if any time to start climbing back up, it will be on this Lotus, as it will be their next pick. The stat sheet, I think we're trying to get it sorted out, but maybe a few tech issues to show it through. But I wouldn't be surprised at all to see a really domineering difference here. 11-5 first kills in favor of Asterisk. And those 5 first kills very likely being courtesy of Ravenclaw, who honestly has done a decent job in entering. But once she gets her one, or more often than not, she gets her one, she's done. She doesn't have a lot of support afterwards. And so that was often where the story ended for the attack sides for Siren.
Yeah, and then we had the clutches, which 1-0, not much of a standout here. Asterisk were just... Yeah, that was really good. It was good, but again, it was kind of a one trick when it came down to that round. In the end, though, 2 to 3 post plans. Seems like Sirens did have a bit of a better time in that post game, but in general, it was not able to lead them through to victory.
You do have to remember that Asterisk only played about 4 rounds of attack, so post plants wasn't really an opportunity for them to really use, but you still have to at least give a little credit where credit is due. At least for the 3-round Siren one, it was in those post plant scenarios, so that can be a little benefit to give out there. And here are the stats with Meow ending up stealing the MVP, which is actually a bit strange to me to not see Ven be on top of this, especially considering that she had way less deaths, half of the deaths that Meow had in comparison to the kills I see. But maybe it's the first blood difference here from Meow on the Vice, which really is the difference maker for that ACS. Although it doesn't say statistically on paper ACS-wise that Ven is the MVP, I would definitely give second or pseudo MVP from Asterisk to Ven, who honestly was really, really strong as an anchor, shut down several massive attack attempts from Sirens with just simply good timing, good discipline, and perfect use of utility there on the Viper.
And for Sirens, Ravenclaw is not much of a surprise. She did fantastic. The kills there, they were very according to the Neon player. Maybe the starting point of the map was a bit rough, especially that round number 1 I'm pointing my finger at. But in general, it went on nicely. There was still fragmentation, but in the end, there was just not enough of a team follow-up and coordination to have them secure the victory. And well, in general, yeah, it's going to be no surprise that we have ourselves the MVP being the Vise, being Meow. Fantastic job. And again, very persistent.
Yeah, I believe Meow being the leader for this team, if I'm not corrected. I made a correction just there. I believe she is the IGL for this team, and she's done a good job in coordinating these things with the Vice just being an individual powerhouse as well. I'm surprised to not really see a big fight coming out from some of the Sirens members either. Players like Nicole and Shreya, who last time they played against Sirens were hugely strong despite not being able to perform as high as a team individually, still had some great moments from those two individuals. To see them just snuffed out and almost fighting in silence here compared to the rest of Asterisk was an unfortunate point there, but maybe Lotus will be where things change as map number 2 will be here. And the question is, what composition are we going to be seeing from Asterisk? Because last time they played this, they ran the triple duelist with Chamber from Amy, who did really, really good despite the team not really able to end out the map in the way that she'd hoped. But I think the question is, are they going to be running the same combo, just letting the map slide, or just trying something different for fun? I have no clue, because if I was Sirens, I mean, just go with your best comp, which we already expect is going to be, or I believe the traditional duelist rays, with the rest of the traditional comps being like the Breach and the Fade, with the, I believe they ran Vice Omen for the rest of it. But for Asterisk, who knows?
Who knows? We're about to see. It was the one map that was won by Sirens last time around, so maybe it's going to be the first one here today, but we're going to have to see that in just a moment, as right now, giving us all a bit of a break so the players can rest and you guys can get yourself something to snack on and enjoy the show further. We're going to be cutting it to a short break. Stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
One enemy remaining.
This way! I'm out of here! Shocking!
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Oh, much!
Back in a flash. Here. 10 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Lucky sight.
One enemy remaining. Attackers win. Enemy down. Cage where is everyone? Cage 3. Where are you? Last player standing. Flawless.
Hey, let's play.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A. Defenders win.
Esports is global. From Seoul to Rio de Janeiro, from small bedrooms to massive arenas. From your very first game to your biggest victories. This is our world, our digital city. Millions play, millions watch. A global movement shaped by players, driven by passion, powered by its culture and community.
I am Arminas, head of Reloader. We love gaming. We live esports. Welcome to our venture.
We're Team Reloader. Our mission is simple. Give players what they've always deserved: rewards, respect, and recognition. This isn't just about features. It's about the culture we live and the community we build. Play more. Chase goals. Build your legacy.
Lock, load, and reload. It's reloaded. Things are just starting.
Gaming is massive. Esports is global. From Seoul to Rio de Janeiro, from small bedrooms to massive arenas. From your very first game to your biggest victories. This is our world, our digital city. Millions play, millions watch. A global movement shaped by players, driven by passion, powered by its culture and community.
I am Arminas, head of Reloader. We love gaming. We live esports. Welcome to our venture.
We're Team Reloader. Our mission is simple. Give players what they've always deserved: rewards, respect, and recognition. This isn't just about features. It's about the culture we live and the community we build. Play more. Chase goals. Build your legacy.
Lock, load, and reload. It's reloaded. Things are just starting.
Gaming.
And we're going to be back. We saw quite a dominant match here incoming from none other than Asterisk, but we're going to be back. Map number 2 is about to be on board, and we have Lotus. For those of you who have missed the veto, it's still me on the desk. It's still Sheba up above me with the cool shades. And Sheba, what are we thinking going into Lotus?
Lotus is a pretty beautiful map, and I'm thinking pretty chill about this one. But in my
Pretty chill?
mind, I feel like this is the time where Sirens need to strike. If there's any time you want to lure the Asterisk team into your little ocean rock, and strike when they're not ready. Now is the time. I feel like for Asterisk, the question mark for me is whether or not they're going to be running a composition that you would expect from a team of this level. Because last time Asterisk played this, they ran a very nonchalant comp. They were a little too chill, you could say. Running, from what I remember, I have to like fully confirm this, because from what I remember, it was double duelist chamber clove. I'm pretty sure they ran that for Lotus, and I felt like it was just not what they run, because what they ran usually in VLR is stuff like the traditional double initiator fade breach with Raise, Omen, and Chamber, which is like a normal Lotus competitive comp. This comp is just the comp that they ran last time was not it. So I really don't know what they're going to be running this time. That is the big question mark for me. For Sirens, this is their best map. They've played very, very well on this Lotus, purely just because of that individual comfort. They are, maybe you could say, more synergized on this map. They are able to just run those XX a little bit stronger, but also just on top of that, excuse me, they have just the stronger individual comfort on this as well. A lot of instances where they get those great clutches, they play really well together. They have those moments where they really shine on their own, and we'll have to wait and see on whether or not that will be the same this time. It is not Last Hope, by the way. That is still they didn't change their name mid-game, so let's just make that clear real quick. But the usual comp I expect from a team like Asterisk is probably going to be another comp that hides their true potential, because I know they have far bigger priorities coming up after this, like challenges Pacific for game changers. But if there's any hope for Asterisk to get the clean 3-0, they're going to have to lock in a bit more of a traditional means, not the comp they usually run, not the comp that they ran last time.
Yeah, that's for sure. They're going to have to kind of go by the books, to say the least. And, well, we just got to mention this once more. If you weren't here, of course, if you want to do your pick'ems for the playoffs and you don't have anywhere besides in the game itself, you want to spend them in, go over to the Reloaded Discord today, right now. You know, we're still waiting, so go over there and you can have yourself a chance to win 6,000 VP. But in the meanwhile, Shiba, we couldn't talk about the maps earlier for too long, and I think we can delve a bit more deeper into them because we see all of them. Corodi's already passed us. Lotus, we're going to have plenty of time to talk about it when we're in the match itself, but Haven, Abyss, and Bind, those three are certainly interesting, and we've seen Abyss before, but you said under worse circumstances for one of the teams.
Yeah, for Abyss, it's a bit of a question mark, because although obviously Asterisk was still in general the stronger team, halfway through the map they had a tech issue disconnect where one of the players just straight up were not able to play. I believe it was Shreya who was on the breach here, which was an agent I questioned quite a lot on a map like Abyss. But you know, in some circumstances at this level it can still work, so not the worst pick in a way. Don't have to question it too harshly. But yeah, in circumstance, there were a couple moments that from Ravenclaw, for example, where she would be far too aggressive on her own and would give away a free space from Sirens. And that was like one of my biggest issues with the Sirens team on maps like Abyss. But for Haven coming up, the compositions that you see previously here, slightly, I believe, inaccurate slightly, because the Raise from Sirens was definitely not picked. The Ravenclaw was on that Neon. And when we saw Ravenclaw play that Neon, Sirens were unable to open up with her. And that was something that really bugged me when they played on Haven, where when they pushed up, they would just have Ravenclaw push up back, but not able to get any youth to the back her up. And so she would literally just walk into one or two members of Asterisk to just pick her off for free. And that was a really common trait there for Sirens, where they're just unable to use Ravenclaw's aggression to their advantage and play off of her, which really, really, I think, bugged me when we went into Haven there, right? But as we go on to Lotus, we can see the more common comps that are potentially expected. So it wasn't actually the Clove, it was the Neon coming in as the second duelist there for Asterisk, with Twirly on that. Casper was on the Reyna, and I mean, it was a strange comp, very clearly comfort based, but not really a comp that's ideal. You don't have any scan, you don't have a lot to enable that second duelist for, as Reyna is really weak on Lotus, and so you know there are a lot of flaws with that, right? You can maybe flash at the wall, but a lot of agents can do that. So why would you run Reyna over ISO, for example, who I think is a much stronger agent on a map like Lotus? We'll have to see if that changes as we get into agent select, because for me, I'm I literally have no clue. I believe Agent Select might literally be the win condition for Asterisk here.
Maybe he could. They could still go into the experimenting grounds and see what works best. Maybe just try out a couple of new picks. Maybe we even get to see Harbor on Lotus. God help us if we do. But in that case, Lotus is now here. Although I happen to see, I'm a huge fan of Harbor. I'll be honest. I'll confess. And we have seen Harbor. Which map was it? It was Abyss as well. It was between NRG and EDG. Was it? And that's really interesting. I'm a fan of Harbor.
Oh, are we talking about Abyss or Lotus? My bad. I'm
talking about Harbor in general, because we've seen them in comp get brought up a bit more recently, and I think there's going to be some drastic changes. Don't look away from the camera. Don't look away from the camera.
I have to begrudgingly say, Puffo, we aren't casting PUX. We're not going to be seeing Harbor on every map, especially on Lotus. But on Abyss, we can talk about it, because Harbor is definitely a lot stronger on this. But without that, it doesn't really mean much, because we have to talk about what Asterisk are running here. This is a much better comp than last time. This time, this looks real. Then on the Deadlock as a solo off Sentinel, although not going to be as strong to anchor sites for information, it's going to be very strong for thwarting out any attempts. You can use that wall to block off B very quickly to stop any aggressive takes if you predict that to happen. It does take away a little bit of info gathering utility, but that makes more than enough trade-off, considering that you have both the Breach and the Gecko together, which is a really lethal comp for that retake prowess, right? So I think this is a much better comp from Asterisk. I'm a little bit scared for Sirens right now. That is a really good comp for the strat that I believe they're going for. Have Deadlock, just use that user to get her one when they push. Don't worry about info, just stay stalwart. Once you know they've planted, then go for the post-plant retake, where you have an abundance of util to shred through the defenses of Sirens.
100%. But Sirens, on the other hand, picking up 3 of the similar operators over from Corrode. I think Vice, Fade, Omen are quite the usual. They're not as good as it gets. But on a map like Lotus, I think Ravenclaw is going to be outstanding a bit more compared to the Neon that we saw on Corrode. It's now picking up the Rays with a lot more explosive momentum. And of course, the Breach. It's just the Breach. We can expect them on Lotus.
I'll find you.
Thank you. I practice it.
Yeah, but yeah, last time we saw Ravenclaw play the Rays on Lotus, she was far more impactful and far stronger in comparison to the Neon. And it isn't mostly her fault. I do really feel like it's just Sirens unable to play off of her. The Jazz was a different story, but we're not on that yet. She's still on the Rays, but speaking of that, she's picked up early to the hands of Ven. But that is going to be good information early on, as the site on C is already going to be claimed as the map of area of choice here for Sirens to attack. But still going to fake things out, and it's still a bit of mysteriousness here for Asterisk, as we've got Twirly in this cross. Somebody to see here. Natural on the lark will be caught off guard by Twirly on that cross, and that's going to give a lot more space and pressure for Asterisk to apply. Sirens effectively have no choice but to commit that paranoia very loosely thrown out there. I think that's going to be a little bit of a big error when you go into post-blind, if you manage to even get a chance to do so. As you've got Casper through Mini, almost catching out
Where are you?
Nicole,
30 seconds left.
It's going to be the A site soon to be claimed here from Sirens.
Instant pulse and into way, plan going down, missed shot from the Gecko. Could be coming back to bite you, and it seems like Casper is looking for a round 2, but Nicole fighting back. Shreya, they're able to still keep the momentum for Sirens, and within balance, as all those fighters down to deny. That's what they do best, and Shreya, not only retail strength, but also in guns and bullets. First round here will be going for Sirens.
Take these arms for a spin.
A little bit reckless from Asterisk, I feel. I think they were a little bit too quick themselves individually going into it. You saw Casper have a huge opportunity there, but kind of took it a bit too quickly, kind of going too far on her own out onto the site. And not only that, you had the one on Heaven kind of losing that fight, which is just unfortunate, straight up, as it is. A great start for Asterisk, but definitely not the one that you were expecting to win if you were looking at this from the outside looking in. I think general gunfight losses, a little bit of overconfidence, letting Sirens isolate your 1v1s, and giving them that piss around is going to sting quite a lot here.
Back onto Mount. Sirens are now seeking for another entry over towards the C site. Attempted it earlier, ended up being a rotation nonetheless. And now as for this woman, they only have one player here securing it, and I doubt Ven is going to be able to hold off an entire charge on the own. And of course, C's there with a breach stun, able to just fault line it in. And of course, everything has been dumped on in. Yet again, Sirens are good at doing that, as now they reclaim C territory. But of course, with the post plant, Asterisk are still looking to coop up together.
Spike planted.
Grab from Ben. Throwing out that grab net to prevent any overextension. I think Sirens are happy with taking this at their own pace. Far superior weaponry, and I feel like they need to win these fights if they come up here, because the retake ability from this team is really, really potent on a close quarters site like this. Very, very valuable, as that stun was perfectly landed. Asterisk, but it's just Casper alone now in a 1v2. They have to be so careful with this. That was almost risky, but it paid off. With the comms knowing that Casper being so low, only hit with a couple bullets to the sting will be enough to shut it down. Had Casper landed that headshot, which he very much is capable of doing so, could have backfired horribly for Sirens. And that is one of those small instances, those small individual differences that usually put Asterisk women far ahead as a team compared to Sirens, where those moments where they give those 1v1s for free are what ends up being their bane. Thankfully, this time, not the case.
Thankfully, at the same time, Eco has been piling up, meaning Asterisk full gun advantage. Ravenclaw just jumping it in. Again, comboed up with a vault line. It's going to be a great way to find yourself extra ground, but that's why the breach on both teams holds the similar amount of strength, as you're just able to back it off at the moment. What about that's going to be twirly on Rubble, waiting for the first play to fight down. And it seems the deadlock is already showing its value, as Sirens now look to retake C once more.
No escape.
Yeah, that omen TP up the Rubble is
Problem
a cheat
solved.
code. It's just that figures out how to handle it. Just makes so much sense, shuts down the lurk so quickly as Ven on this
Spike
Bulldog.
down. C.
Stay clear on that site, take down the spike, notify her team of where they all are, and look at them all flooding down.
One enemy remaining.
Take 1v1 for the Ravens, forced to swing so many members. Unico being hit by the paranoia. He's nothing but sitting duck to the rest of Asterisk. It's a flawless third round here.
Flawless third round, and what a way to respond to Sirens' first two rounds, other than basically without any casualties onto your own side. Asterisk already showing a bit more of that catch you off guard momentum, as we saw, like the teleport onto Rubble, like Ven holding down the side on her own at the very beginning, and then supported by the rest of the team. It's a great response, but again, Sirens do have an extra round to now even respond in their own. Keep the 2-round distance, and well, it's going to be this round to give us that answer.
This is momentum shifting for sure. Ven very confident going into this. Goodness me. Getting a clean dink onto Shreya is going to be a huge, huge thorn in the spines here. And the moment they walk up, the moment Ven knows that they're going to be creeping up, he can just throw down this wall. And if they spam quick enough, depending on how quick the spam of the wall breaks, it kind of gives a tell on the numbers who are going to be around there. And so Sirens don't want to walk into that. Instead, they're going to be going into the door and walking soon into the hands of Meow, who is awaiting contact with this Raze in mini here.
A bit of a stalemate. Sirens don't know what to do. They can't find the button to push and just go on in like they did previously. They now know that Asterisk women are waiting for them more than ever. And again, I see it will be pivoting a bit more towards it. Ravenclaw again on the Lone Wolf mission, just trying to peek through the smoke. Doesn't find any angle to work off of. The pushback here.
Face your fear!
Well, Nightfall now will be going out, as it seems like Sirens are looking to respond in heavy. 2 kills already, entry secured, and now need to fight for the post plant. Asterisk.
Natural being
30
that
seconds left.
Lurker coming through from B. Going to be also eliminating that flash through as well. But
Spike planted.
thrown out too vicariously.
Right there.
And that's going to be a bit of an issue here for Sirens.
Right there.
A bit of an issue for Asterisk going into his retake here.
Last
You gotta be
player
careful of Cash when the goal is.
Flawless.
Hello with one, and just in that, completely crossed again. Sirens set themselves up in this post really well. At least a lot better than they did in Corrode.
Like, the numbers may have been there for Asterisk, but the util just wasn't. Like, Dizzy is invaluable for retakes like this. It gives info, it can give huge blinds, it is invaluable here for your team. And it's just free to use on the retake, but they used it to try and take down Natural, who just kind of knew what was going on. She was almost like a snake in her own little pit of grass, you know? Once you kind of know that that's her territory, you don't mess with it. And that's why they just decided to leave her to it and gave her so much room to luck up. It was almost free time with Death Natural to just punish them the moment they walked up onto site for the retake.
Asterisk have been doing a real good job once they approached A, and they've only done that once before, so try not to fix what's not broken, and they're going to be going for another take towards it, not letting C be a bit more disbanded. And again, 3 players being focused towards it. This is a great approach for Sirens to just overtake and overstimulate Ven, as numbers are going to be giving you a great advantage. Ravenclaw just jumping on in, but Ven is hiding with the smoke, but able to find a single head tap. The Jinx will not be able to splice though, as the Bulldog just doesn't deliver the damage. Spike is going down, but so down D2. Ven able to get the flick, the transfer onto Shreya in return, but Twirly putting up pressure as Sirens have now been put down to a grave. Amy is the last, plenty of time remaining, and a good one from Asterisk to shut them down.
You cannot allow Ven to be just there in that area and get 2 kills. Natural had all the info you could ever need, especially when the rest of your team had already walked up to plant onto site. The fact that you just have one just there taking a dry fight with no util, no double swing, no support, no trade is a serious misplay from Sirens.
Yeah.
And if you took down that deadlock, so much pressure would have been eliminated. You wouldn't have to worry about the flank because the Ven's own wall was there to thwart it, and then you would have had Natural have that pressure through stairs, and that would have been instant. You could have had Thorns, you could have had so much util thrown down.
There.
A serious mistake from Sirens. That's a kind of thing you should be knowing how to do. And now Asterisk are really applying pressure on this wound, but just making it bleed more and more. Even though Sirens are bringing this back, they're winning their one.
Spike down,
Fight the
attacker
ball, you get
spawn.
the horns, but Sirens don't have enough remaining. As well, Asterisk women were able to prevail with it. A bit of a rough midpoint on that battle, but in the end, they still prevailed. They still were able to keep it up with those 2 final players. Now making it really difficult to move through towards Mouse, as the rest of the players just get sandwiched on in their own territory.
1 enemy remaining.
Asterisk
Spike down, attacker spawn.
Turning to your previous point, right? Not allowing Den to stay where she was. I think that's why the how can I deadlock? There it is. My brain was a bit confused. I think that's why the deadlock is so good, right? Sirens, they went in, they saw the deadlock util, they said, we're not going to be passing this, we're just going to leave it be. A bit of smokes there to secure us, but once they dissipate, Ben gets a double, right? And going into the following round, Asterisk women were just able to completely shut them down in their own spawn.
I mean, I think you know the smoke going down at the wrong time is like a small miss error from Natural, but that's really all it was. Worst case scenario, if she died, fine, I could get it. But just having to just dry fight like that and not land the shots or use any util like a flash or anything like that to stop her, it's just a serious error. But we'll move on because that last round was actually had a lot of potential, despite a super harsh util dump attempt from Asterisk to claim that early space. Sirens were winning their 1v1s, and that almost seriously worked out for them. But later on, as the rest of the Asterisk came in, the timing was a little bit too far off. You had Amy on the breach kind of catch them out when they really weren't ready for it, and that was the kind of all she wrote there for Sirens, even though there was a valiant attempt. So you can see these shines here, these little glimpses of moments from Sirens where individually they can seriously pull up a serious fight with these 1v1 fights, but comes to synergizing things.
Bring them down.
Asterisk women on the league here.
Both teams are starting to get a bit more stacked and passionate with utility. And in the meanwhile, now opening up doors of opportunities. Could get good kills off of it, but doesn't seem like Sirens are going to be peeking in. They just claim B territory. Clearly is going to be not hidden enough as Ravenclaw able to pick up a better gun, a bit of an upgrade onto the Phantom, but a single tap right between the eyes. Ven will turn on it. 1-for-1 deal. The post punch is out. All the teams start acting. Steel Garden. That's going to be primaries out of consideration. All down to secondaries. And can Asterisk hold down with them? They seem to be shut out. The party style.
1 enemy remaining.
And in a 1v1, that's where we're spotted. The wingman here going to be great to support for that defuse. Rolling Thunder going to take out the util from Casper. As now just needs to play the mind games. Going around for a lurk. Shreya doesn't want to step into a sound cue. As right around the corner, the Gecko doesn't realize that Casper has no clue. The barrel is revealed. Still going for the swing. And a thrifty from Sirens.
These
just
arms
to
are
keep
heavy
them
enough.
within. A lot of investment, but it was short out worth it.
That was a seriously hectic round there from both sides.
Last player standing.
Of that Steel
1
Garden
enemy
was
remaining.
really perfect there. It allowed Asterisk to, it allows Sirens to be a bit more confident when they end up at the very end of that Rolling Thunder usage. And Shreya with that Rolling Thunder was really well timed. So great job from her to keep her team in it here. 4-3 in favor of Sirens. Shreya had a really close call there. Had Casper end up committing to that swing a little bit harder and landed the shot first, Shreya was plenty of shots on the Phantom, and it would have been done for her. It would have been curtains. That could have been the closer, considering she halved it, right? So, I'm trying to counting the lucky stars here. Then, now going into next doesn't need any lucky stars at all. She's got that pure mechanical. So precise with the Sheriff, grabbing one, despite being traded here.
It's not looking good because Asterisk Women are just shutting Sirens down at each step. And even though there's been a bit of a return of
Last
fire,
player
don't have to
standing.
drop to zero.
Spike down A.
Privilege given out to the defending side, as not only do they hold the spike currently in hostage, being crossed out from Rebel side to the stairs. And Amy just
I have
waiting
the
for him.
spike.
Takes out the util, backs off in an instant, still being contested by
knows what
Casper
weapon.
on the left, but Ravenclaw trying to find the ground, trying to find a save point on this side to go for a possible plant or maybe even a rotation. The wingman is going to be sent up.
What?
God knows where is he going? The little yellow man went for a rotation. Oh, this is the new Gecko buff, I see.
I didn't know they coded that
30
into
seconds
Wingman.
left.
I thought it was line of sight.
Built different, I guess.
I think it tracked Ravenclaw for like a split second. Was like, yeah, no, I'm just gonna go all the way around. I was like, well, that's not how it worked. I thought it just goes straight forward.
AI has gone too far, ladies and gentlemen. And Ravenclaw is now rotating to see. This is a big brain play if we've ever seen it.
10 seconds left.
Dodges the fault line there, which actually would have lost her the round if she walked into it.
Spike planted.
She has a chance to clutch it though. She has the nade and the showstopper. She can win this. She just needs to find
One
the
enemy remaining.
And Amy's just. Oh, Amy? What is happening here? You can't allow this. Oh,
Don't mess with
like
this
that,
Diana.
Ravenclaw. What is it? I have no clue. Ravenclaw laughing, just giggling.
Spike
So proud of
planted.
herself there. Honestly, well played from Ravenclaw. Good position, but I'm so surprised that
One enemy remaining.
up there so nonchalantly. It's a big error from her. That's almost was definitely lost on the round.
Don't mess with this
If
Diana.
Ravenclaw 1v1 when she has a showstopper in hand, when she knows where Casper is a serious problem.
Like, Amy had the knife out, stabbing and jumping mid-air as if the spike isn't down, as if there's no care in the world, but hey, we get it next time. Yeah, we get it next time. It's a mercy round, right? Give him the eco. We're going to work it around with Sheriffs and Bucky, surely. Let's see it right now. After this woman, maybe they're looking to make it happen as, yet again, they're going to be contesting the spawn. But in the meanwhile, Sirens have already made headway onto A side. There's going to be the smokes from the and the rest of the team charging on in. The spearhead, unsurprisingly, Ravenclaw, round contested. The rest of the team now needs to back it up, and I doubt this is going to be any. This is going to be an even battle.
I'm a little worried about this here for Sirens. They manage to and lose with these Sheriffs. You have that annihilation that comes here. Really scary if you're in the right hands, but she will be taken down quickly by Ravenclaw and Natural. And
One
joining her in the
remaining.
fight here. Some attempts from Asterisk, but it doesn't seem like they're going to be allowing Casper to take these ones. That was a dirty shot from her. As she's
How's the thrash?
running low on
Wingman. Gonna be a great way to give yourself that second hand.
One enemy remaining.
Stopping it, but a headshot onto
doing this.
Navarelle. And going for the defuse. It's been stuck halfway through. You're able to bait out Shreya, but just not the headshot finding its mark. And Sirens now with the 6th round. The bomb claims it. You know, the Spike is gonna get the kill. And it was a good economical damage, but a really close round.
Yeah, too close for comfort there for Sirens, I'd like to think. Had Ven been not the first one to swing in and die early, that annihilation could have been a big fair point there. On top of that, you've also had the thrash, which I guess in that scenario is really risky to use. You could just get swung from the opposite side. But, you know, having something like the Dizzy or the Mosh Pit, knowing you can kind of eliminate that chance to swing out, could have been a chance to reposition and use that instead during the 1v1. The spike was halved. You had a good amount of time to potentially do so. But Asterisk going into this time out here, Dollar giving some advice here for Asterisk. I think the idea for Asterisk here is to play I presume a little more together. Maybe use more utility to combo with some of your players. Also, obviously having Ven, despite being so absurdly strong individually, calm down a little bit on that over-aggression. Although she's good at landing the shots, getting her one, her util is far too valuable to really be wasted on some early space-taking attempts being completely isolated.
And I think Asterisk Women need to start using some of the ults. You don't want to be holding it to yourself for too long. If, of course, in the following rounds that remain, you can possibly get it back for once, which is highly unlikely considering we only have 3 more rounds going into this first half. But hey, we can give it a chance. And I'm hoping to see that now we have the Deadlock ult and we have the Gecko ult. So both of them in combination could easily find themselves an entry onto side. As Sirens now, again, approaching A, but very cautiously.
Aggressive util throw there. Seems like Sirens are opting into a rotate. They're maybe trying to find space, maybe go from to mid or onto C or B. Trying to see if there's still enough people there, and they definitely know for sure there's at least 2 there. More than likely going to be a third after breaking mini door as well.
Right there.
Back on their back. Caster approached it. That is not. Sirens now rotating towards C.
I suppose they're not overrated, but they're still staying around where they usually were. You still have 2 members sticking around C. Almost kind of predicting this rotation coming in. Not something that we've usually seen from Sirens coming in, kind of going with a bit of a technical switch for the moment. And this time will be the case. Caught there. And they'll take space on the side. Twirly so low. Wants to take a 1v1. How
Spike
much
down,
that?
C.
How you not get away with that, Twirly? You can't.
That's illegal. Just an
30
attack.
seconds left.
Holding it. Yep, there it is. I didn't miss this. Oh no! The Thorns claim Twirly. Not checking your 6. Amy goes down for Yumiko. Up from the shadows. Spike is down. And Asterisk women now need a full one from the other part of the map. Meow really close to the spike as well.
Has to win 2 fights.
1 enemy remaining.
We're just on the back lines holding their own. And Meow with the final. Sirens had it all, but oh no! That went to dust so quickly!
Love explosions.
Again, Asterisk women just able to outplay them. I mean, the util dump from Sirens was great and all, but team chemistry from Asterisk just completely different.
I honestly need to give a huge NT to Sirens there. I thought that was really well played.
For a moment it was, until Casper.
The moment that Annihilation was thrown, it almost felt like that was the sleeper agent in Sirens waking up. Yumiko kind of like locking in suddenly and hitting that from the shadows to not only avoid herself being caught by the Annihilation, but also giving a chance to go for a quick rotation after what seemed like almost a guaranteed C hit. It's just a shame that Asterisk already kind of had one theorizing in there in Meow, walking back up to A. And it's just a little too late, but I have to respect the attempt. That was a really good try from Sirens. It was just unfortunate that Asterisk kind of had already a little bit of a read going into it. Somehow, no clue how, but that's just how it is, really. And not being able to win those individual fights as the reload comes in.
It was a bit rough here from Sirens, and after these 2 rounds have now been lost, they're going to be off to a bit of a budget, working with sheriffs, hoping to do their best. We do see the other players on Asterisk, of course, with a clear advantage. And now without any ultimate, Sirens are just kind of hoping to brute force their way into sight. And they're definitely doing that well with Ravenclaw and players such as without any sandals. More difficult to glide through the air and throw just like 1. That's going to be a second, third. Yes, it's delivered. Classic for a moment, but doesn't expect
Last player
so
standing.
close as Ven shuts another, and Sirens are left down with the sole survivor of the start to get it on Seaside. Blind is there. Amy swing as well, unable to claim the 5-6 is only 1 round away. This was a bit of a gamble. I mean, Sirens, they knew
Last
they would
round
be
in
able
the
to
half.
back themselves up going into the final round of the first half with bad guns, so they just had to kind of eco it through.
Yeah, not really much else you can do once you walk into it. The moment the contact is made, the moment the spam is confirmed there from Twirly, the dead man switch is pulled. She effectively just has to fight until she falls. And does she make the most of it? Grabs 3 really quick kills in succession before getting picked up by Ravenclaw. And the rest of the team are able to back her off after that. It is a pretty standard eco eco flood with the same taking of rubble being claimed here from Asterisk once again. Steel Garden being thrown? Surely not, right? I was going to say, far too early to be used. This is like this. Or when you're wanting to start here first. And now, wow, the showstopper! No way. Meow finds something here. Oh, the smoke blocks it! Oh, no! The wall backfires! Well, no, it doesn't. No, it works out. It works out for Asterisk. Yeah, it does backfire. I was going to say. I was confused for a second. Yeah, that wall from Asterisk backfired.
Oh no! What a chaotic beginning. Asterisk women again just pushing forward, and Sirens are not able to give themselves a good entry once more, but the Petrifire is waiting for a right on the dome as the headshot's delivered, and now Yumiko teleporting into sight, but backed up with the rest of the team. They just have to kind of hold it in from the outside, and not much of a move can be made besides Shreya swinging in, fighting the home, and a second one here from Yumiko, and it seems like Sirens have made a breakthrough as they're holding all their angles, nooks and crannies will
30
not go
seconds left.
unchecked. 2 players from Asterisk women, and it doesn't seem like they're going to
Spike
be able
planted.
to escape death this time around.
Not
Right
this
there.
time. A huge blunder there from Ven ended up leading to Asterisk to lose 2 massive ultimates there. And I can imagine Dollar on the coach scene, coach call being livid at that scenario. But now, and almost in desperation,
Right there.
retake attempt here has the potential
Last
to bring
player
this back,
standing.
But the flashes there. Absolutely done.
Sit down.
One
All up
enemy
to
remaining.
Caspar, who's getting the 2! 5 HP!
If only they had If only they had the HP and information required. Even the rolling thunder for Shreya was still left. So, Outer Sounds would have been able to clutch it out.
Right
But what a
there.
decisive strike going into the site.
Last player
Specifically,
standing.
Amy. The breach on Sirens
One
has
enemy
been doing
remaining.
such a phenomenal job. Not only utility-based, but how well they've been able to capitalize off of the small mistake that women make just to find some greater vantage point.
Yeah, indeed. That mount point being a big object of obsession there. You have to be as careful as possible. But Asterisk are not there to play with your food. They're going to be there striking when it matters, decisively, you could say.
Some could say.
And unfortunately for Casper, being the lone survivor, being 5 HP after the defuse, after pulling off such an excellent attempt to find full limits there on the Sirens, wasn't enough.
Sana.
Now we get to witness the second half. It's a bit more calamity from both sides, and now let's see, can Sirens win out map number 2? It's the one they need if they don't want to allow Women to reach series point. Now the entry again, Wingman will be a great backup,
Spike's
great
ticking.
guardian
Thanks,
here
little man.
for the spike to go down, and just like it, Asterisk Women can now just hold it from a bit of a longer range.
This being said, it's soon going to be a very chaotic battle.
Retrieving flash.
Flash, the Gecko Dizzy comes in, and it pays off for Asterisk. Running into an Amy close quarters combat, unrelenting here, but Amy will shut it down.
Last
the
player
side here
standing.
from Bendo is perfectly timed, and that
Over there.
is where Asterisk strikes when it matters. An excellent opening round there for them on the pistol. The
Combat
retake
is a
being
means
almost
to an
too
end.
clean there.
And we are the means.
And this is a good boon here for Asterisk Women. I mean, they get themselves around, the pistol is theirs. Now they can back it up with a potential second. Do have higher chances considering the eco is going to be a bit better. As Sirens kind of need to work around this hex in general, right? It's how Asterisk Women always tend to pick up and get the ball rolling. Just like they did on Road, multiple rounds simultaneously. And Sirens need to find a bit of a clutch to kind of break it in half before it goes too long.
And Asterisk now being able to come back, find themselves the resurgence. Keeping that inner strength going, not letting go even if they're at that deficit. Ravenclaw keeping up with that contact, then seemingly to be the ultimate weapon of this team at the moment, being caught off there. It's still going to be the C-site to be the take here. Trying to hold this side of the iron grasp.
There.
The flash is guaranteed to come in.
Still, though, some of the players from Asterisk.
Spike
Of
planted.
course, yet again, the wingman gonna do his job as the babysitter of the spike, getting it down, and Sirens now in the post, a bit clutched, a bit backed off.
Keeping a low profile here. You've got Ravenclaw waking up, lurking, and strengthening shadows. She's got her teammates alongside her as well as Ven falls. Yumiko lurking up. Looking to see if she can search the right member out here, but it's going to be Meow. That's not correct. Find her. No one escapes the death of the Spectre there. As out comes the wingman to go out. Freya, Yumiko next, twirly out with the Guardian.
One enemy remaining.
Precise going into it. The dead man switch is flipped.
Satchel out.
As Asterisk will bring this back with Franco. It is now 7-7. After being so many rounds down, they haven't let go just yet. The furtive chase now being caught up.
Sirens have lost 2. The breakout moment stands now. And well, the tier 1 battle, the tier 1 gun battle, some may consider it right now, is they're going to be both on decent standards, some may say, but they need to face Asterisk women head on. Otherwise, it's going to be a bit more of a difficult battle. But hey, let's give them some hope, let's give them some time, and let's see if they can work around it, because going into Rubble, Asterisk women are going to be saving no space. One up close, Yumiko, going to be a great first. And a second follow-up, 3!
One enemy remaining.
Coming. They're all going to go down. Mutil is going to be the name of the game going in for Asterisk women, as they leave only one sole survivor, and that's going to be Ahroel with inner strength and hope, and of course nothing else is for it. I think it's going to be close. I think it's going to be quite quick that Natra is going to be waking up here.
So women taking the side with an all-shaking thunder, man. None are free from the spam of utility coming in when you attempt to take that rubble site from Asterisk. Natural
Down.
lone here, looking to make things work. The sole survivor looking to become the lethal pursuer. With only 1 member, 2 members left, it's Ben.
Get out of here.
It's too easy here. And I mean, look at this massive attempt to attack here. You can see
One enemy
Sirens will
remaining.
thank your borrowed time from that. Ultimate was thrown outside. Not really anything else you can do aside from just trying to fight by any means necessary, but no plot twist this time. It's going to be Asterisk to take the lead.
Reassurance for the attacking side, but again, Haven normally considered the attacking map because you have 3 sides.
Right
You can
there.
make a red herring on any of them and then rotate to the other. But in general, they've been doing great at that. They've been faking it out. But this time around, it seems like Asterisk women are a lot more direct, a bit more confrontational, but still focusing on Mount and giving Sirens time to coop up on some.
Oh, Ravenclaw. Excellent shot down to Ven. Very early. Now the next sight on the attack is going to be it.
Not ready yet.
Hyper focus on this defense on the sight with Apple with the
One
first.
enemy
Here we
remaining.
go with 3!
Oh!
Grenade.
Almost in the blink of an eye, you'll miss it. Excellent here from Yumiko. And that will give Sirens a massive thrifty. Yumiko with the finesse. The land perfectly. Up in the ante when it matters. This
One
is a moment
enemy
of
remaining.
glory. Look at it here. It's excellent.
Good hit.
Oh!
One enemy
Smash
remaining.
hit! One after another. I mean, Sirens, they were given all they wanted. And a good backup here. A good moment for Asterisk women to take a timeout. They need to talk it through. I mean, it's been brutal strength from Sirens. And specifically in that round, they kind of just want to stop it there, right? The tempo started to get picked up. Let's put it to stop. Let's give it a moment. Let's talk it through. What went wrong? And maybe bring it back in the following.
Yeah, Dollar again. Another time to speak some sense with the team. You have to give credit here to just some of those individual moments. That was just a massive clutch. And I think now the bigger deal is on whether or not is Asterisk women being able to overcome this mental barrier here on this second map. If you wanted to become unbreakable in this tournament, you got to go 3-0. You got to go clean. You know, especially a team like Asterisk, they're made for this. They are the strongest team in the region. But not able to hit the balanced landing on this second map so far. You've gotten a Sirens who are really, really fighting back, proving themselves as worthy on this map.
100%, a bit more of a rivalry. You could call Sirens a nemesis for Asterisk women on this map. In general, now they need to make their choice. I'm out or not. Sirens, what is going to be the response from Asterisk women? Well, pure aggression from each side, but it's going to be too early. Open this up. First contact. Quickly return. Ravenclaw, you can always count on her. Same goes for Amy. Same goes for both sides. Another one. Showstopper. They're going to be fighting. It's marked just in the nick of time. And a brutal battle along Rubble. Seized at the moment. That space given as the Thrash is now seeking for another one to claim. Going to be able to connect? No, it just does not.
One enemy remaining.
Help from behind. This is
Spike
one shot.
down
This is
A.
given a second chance.
One enemy
Spike
remaining.
there, but Amy returns it. All left to a 1v1. Does not even know 17 HP. Does have the rolling thunder, but the information is a bit more pivoting towards Sirens. The Blaze is being very cautious of the step making, and gun in hand, able to find the last, and a coup de grace for Sirens.
Some rapid brutality at the start of this map. It is carnage all over the place here.
Gotcha.
You've gone back-to-back crazy 1v1 wins. Ultimates being thrown. Ravenclaw spilling so much blood in that round. And being the last one to deal the killing blow. Being able to shoulder the burden for a team. Now 9-8 in favor of Sirens. With the superior arsenal as well. Maybe looking to be the ones with superior anatomy to end this off. These guys have been so strong on the individuals in this round in this map. Asterisk seem a little bit lost here. You need to try and find some solidarity together and find ways to cut down the rounds, and it matters to see again. It's looking to be the map to force out some fights again.
I'm telling you, the breach from Asterisk women, Amy is the ultimate weapon going into this. But Steel Garden, a good way to return it, it seems. The showstopper will not be there, but it seems to have been directed at someone else. Right behind
There's no one behind.
Amy support, there's the shot. And able to find the flash as well, but the shots just simply will not be connecting. While Sirens need to go in, and Ravenclaw is going to be finding the mark yet once more, but time is starting to run out. Up against the clock, the Deadlock's going to make that and should have won. Low profile from Casper, up from behind once more, and you have nowhere to hide, as now stuck, trapped, plundered, and Contemplate and Sinker. Casper just playing with her food, excuse me. And now Asterisk woman returned it in equal fashion.
Empress fired up now. Getting the pegs when it matters. You had Sirens deal some damage walking up. We told it before, as they walked up, you had that utility thrown out, almost like Asterisk had nowhere to hide, but they still fought back. Still keeping themselves alive. Desperate times call for desperate measures. They built to last. They still get those fights in. When it looked dire, still not letting themselves go, still not falling. Keep that corrective action protocol intact, keep themselves alive. With Ven being caught up very quickly, the quick down fight not working out for her. Flat out, Burley, vulnerable, and now dead. Slippery meat, not slippery enough to fall out of Naturals like that.
Again, coming in for the support, but is it a bit too late? Asterisk woman only has 3 players. They're going to need to endure it through. The eruption from the backlines. Natural with another spray able to return the favor. But is it too late? Seems so not, because now it's found 2. They kept for the support, although quantity over quality. A dying light shined on through, and Sirens were able to grasp it.
Freya giving the team a chance to go into double digits. Some fighting words alongside it too.
I hate waiting. Let's do this.
Unrelenting in the fight here are Sirens. They're not letting this go. They do not want to lose this. It's been a tug of war here. It's been a battle of attrition. And granted, you can maybe favor Asterisk on so many more maps coming down, but I think this is the map that everyone is so excited to watch, because finally, it's a fight. It's actually a map. It's a battle coming in from both these guys.
It is. It's eye for eye currently, and that's what we want in the grand finals. Hopefully, Sirens will be able to prevail with it going into the following map. But as of the current, they still have 3 rounds they need to claim if they wish for regulation to be within their own reach.
No escape.
Gordon's fan again spots someone out of bounds. Natural though, I'll go for another swing. Not picking it up just yet, and not playing the save game, waiting for the rest of the team to come in for the support.
Surge moments are just coming out.
There's my buddy.
Spike planted. Guaranteed to be locked in. Sirens are taking their time. They're keeping this passive. They're waiting for the right time to push in. The right opportunity to jump in.
Launching thorns.
Adrenaline soon to be kicked
Thorns are
in.
alive.
They're going to be taking this fight head on, as all of this util is soon going to be in the lead. Which one is going to have the tenacity? Which one will keep their calm spirits alive and win this out? The strike is thrown. The showstopper not let out just yet. One more. Ravenclaw can't land it. So much for a new call to the fuse. Halving it through. The smoke is in annihilation. Can't be through with the sheer. And Ravenclaw stop the spike. And Sirens get to 11. What? But it really matters. Desperate times come for desperate measures, and that's where Yumiko shines best.
Here comes it! Hey!
Showstopper, similar strat that we saw last time against this team. This time backfiring as the Showstopper is thrown natural somehow. Some shots. Shoots onto Ben. Takes her down again. But they're not ready for it. They walk up as the falls, but Meow wins the fight. Twirly with 2. As it's the next fight soon to ensue. As Shreya and Naturella have to go around for the flank. Showstopper being thrown out will be thrown away, as there's not going to be any joy in this one.
No joy in this one to be stopped. And thankfully, while though you do
One
play
enemy
well,
remaining.
still gotta be careful for your back lines. Twirly making sure the 6 is checked, but doesn't know about the second one, although pop goes to Weasel, and the last one is found. Asterisk woman starting to crawl on back to Sirens' score. The beginning quite rough for both of the ends.
Asterisk staying poised, keeping themselves focused, making sure they double check every kind of option that Sirens would throw at them, and that rotation was one of them. Although that Showstopper was kind of guaranteeing to confirm their intentions going in. Kind of guaranteeing to confirm their intentions going into the site. They still stay alert, and Sirens, despite staying
The deadlock, but quickly taken out of account.
Oh, not too fully aware, but still survives. Meow starstruck, not able to land the shot.
One enemy remaining.
Up on the line,
Oh.
but survives. Grabs 2 and baps away. Ends the fight with a thwack as it's Swirly to cleanly finish off Naturel. Almost innocently. Naturel not really being aware of where that is, where that pick is coming from. The leverage is now gone. It is a 11-11 round. I need to see what's going on here with screens. I need to see what's going on. It's so close. It's 11-11. Buffo,
Yeah?
this is getting exciting.
Yes! This is what we wanted! Look, no hate on Sirens, but Corrode was not it. This is it! This is what we've been waiting to see! And well, Asterisk women are slowly starting to come back, and I doubt they want to have a long run today. I think they want to finish this matchup as soon as possible. But of course, Sirens will be there to stop them. And as this is 11-11, that means overtime's still possible.
Asterisk, the less they give away, the better. It becomes unbound. Back to me. Cancelled out to use for the next fight, next pick here.
Ooh, good
Asterisk,
try, huh?
Asterisk feeling a little bit of forced hesitation. Almost letting Ven kind of lurk up and give it info. She's still gunning for you! 3 members of Sirens here on the same side. Yumiko the first to lead. And with this, Thrash being the beast of prey on the side, not able to find anybody, as Sven is still not being accounted for. There's some mad grit from this deadlock. Still holding the Sirens equally so. Staying stalwart on this site. You've got the wall to come in to block out any attempt to push up from stairs. Exactly what you expect from the deadlock, but Sam coming in then. Here's the sound cue on the close right, and Nicole is
30
taken
seconds
down.
left. Spike planted.
Able to stun him out.
Where's this ult being used? It is using Spawn.
Bring me the arsenal!
Right to Natural. Almost hooks, but leaves. Just gets out, but then gets one tap by now. What's happening here in this round?
Last player standing.
Needs to pull up when it matters.
Team ace.
Otherwise, the comeback is imminent. And it's a team ace from Asterisk women.
Match point.
Match point. Match point. Sirens held such an upstanding lead, yet it is all taken away by a knockout from Asterisk, as now they have the opportunity to finish it all within this round. And taking a look at the guns, it seems that Sirens are going to be working off a back burner here. This is going to be a rough round for them, but it's either this or series points, overtime, or the map being given away for the second time. Sirens, the time is now.
Time to shine here. Asterisk. They want to end this in 3-0 fashion. If there was one map where Sirens can...
Thorns activated.
Comes the winner, now comes the paint shell. Natural
Not
is in a
ready
lot
yet.
of trouble. Spike being dropped down from the wingman. Walking into the hole. This judge could be the executioner, but not this time. Meow will catch her off guard. The close swing. Too fast. for the recognition as it's Meow with a second. Slowly but surely, Sirens are feeling a bit of deja vu as it's slipping from their fingers.
Bomb buddy out.
And what usually is what we'd expect could just be another loss from Sirens, another valiant fight thwarted out.
One enemy remaining.
Quali with two coming in and all up the goal. Gets two with the stinger, hit with the net, and that is the
Attackers
last
win.
blow.
And our job gets a whole lot easier.
Let's do it. They become unbound and they finish it off as the victors. An eruption into this final few rounds. Keep them alive.
One enemy remaining.
The swing from Meow, the double swirling, was absolutely exactly what they needed. Not overzealous.
Attackers win.
Not lucky,
Our job
nothing
gets
like
a
that.
whole lot
Purely precise. And that's what counts. It's going to be 2-0 for Asterisk. And maybe this is going to be the last map as we go into Haven, because last time we saw these two play, it was a massacre.
It was a massacre, and finishing it off with a merciless storm, as we just witnessed it there, was a great way to send it off with a message. And again, last time, Lotus ended up being different, right? 13-7 from Sirens, only for it to be 13-11 here in the favor of none other than Asterisk. A bit of a change around, but they're not messing this time. It's grand finals. They want to get it over. No second chances to the enemy team, and they're playing with full strength. But in general, well played to Sirens. Compared to the results on Parole, they did a lot better. They showed a lot more grit. And in general, I'm hoping to see this on Haven just as much as I'm hoping to see this go to a map 5, which is, I won't sugarcoat it, less likely, but we can all hope.
We can all hope, especially considering how some of these moments came in. Yumiko was a serious player in this one. You got Ravenclaw as well, who's kind of classic on a map like this. This 1v2 clutch was really huge as well. I just think in general, you had so many moments of struggle and so many serious mistakes being made here from Asterisk. And I don't really think this time it was an issue with the comp. I really do feel like there were some moments from Asterisk where they just didn't look right. They just didn't seem like the same team that we expect them to be. And although they still won the map, I don't know how sometimes they did, because Sirens had almost free real estate in some of these parts of the map. But it still paid off for Asterisk regardless of that. The better comp this time won them the map, even if it was by an absurdly close fashion. And yeah, Sirens will, well, at least will coming out proud, probably upset that they won't be able to be as safe going into map 3 and less likely to guarantee themselves map 4.
Sadly so, but we still have a couple of stats to take a look at, I do believe, since, of course, just like with the first map, just like with Corrode, we're going to be going off with Lotus. But in general, I mean, this was a close matchup. It's waiting. It's lovely to see them come through, and again, a bit more rivalry is always expected in the grand finals. But in general, I think Asterisk going into this matchup, just like you mentioned it at the beginning, overdogs and underdog. Now, as much as we do love an underdog story, in most scenarios, it's going to be difficult for Sirens. It's going to be very difficult. It's going to be a long road ahead. But hey, it's a good beginning here going into map number 3 in series points. Maybe they do it.
Yeah, I mean, Asterisk being the saboteur of this Lotus map, which usually we would expect Sirens to take down, unfortunately was not a clean break. It was a close-fought battle. I can imagine Asterisk are feeling some exultation, some joy with that one, because now they can breathe a sigh of relief. They've guaranteed themselves at least map 5, and they can go into Haven with a lot more confidence going in. They are the visionaries of these other maps, and so we'll have to wait and see on whether or not Sirens can kind of use this rookie spirit to fight back and maybe bring about an upset, because this is going to be a difficult one.
Yeah, we're taking a look at the stats here. 13-11. You know the score.
That
First kills,
can't be right.
14 to Asterisk. Women 10 to Sirens. 0 clutches from Asterisk. Does not.
Is this real? That can't
This
be
is
right.
No, that can't be right.
That
I mean,
can't be right.
I get 7.
It is right.
Apparently is right. Okay,
Wow.
what? I guess we know where Sirens got all those rods from.
Siren of the Clutch Demons, man. Clearly, that is some crazy stats that I just seen there. Wow.
I did not expect that big donut here from clutches. That's unexpected. But now we have to take a look at the MVPs. And well, from the side of Asterisk, Casper is going to be taking it off with the Gecko, and of course, it will be the mid
Ravenclaw,
legend. Yeah, it's just. they've been doing so well for both of these maps, and I got to give it to them.
Yeah, she was sniffing that thrill of the hunt throughout the entire series, constantly catching out members, constantly getting those opening picks. And we have to give credit. Yumiko somehow 9 and 20, despite when she was around being so ridiculously impactful. That Sheriff triple kill was insane for Sirens. And
Yeah.
that KD should not be a discreditment for Yumiko, because the moments where she did pop off were seriously impactful there. Natural as well, massive lurk impact. Despite, unfortunately, the KD still making a negative, still being super valuable when she was working up through mid, when she was catching out anybody on the flank, when she was trying to disable or cancel out those retake attempts there from Asterisk as well. Pulling that corrective action was massive for them. But even so, unfortunately, it was enough for Asterisk, who just had so many massive moments, especially from Casper and Twirly, who both had many instances of just popping off individually, winning those 1v1s, winning those big members fights, even if they're completely alone going into the fight initially. And so Casper, honestly, who I expect to be the strongest star here for this Asterisk team, being the one to prove me right with this. 2.42 KD, 319 ACS. Really, really clean.
Almost a 30 bomb is crazy stuff. Almost a 30 bomb. And we also had Twirly right close upon it with 24 as well. Ven didn't perform as well as on Corrode, which is surprising, but in the end, you always got to have a star right now, and it's going to be Casper taken in that initiative. But that's going to be your MVP. That's going to be map number 2 again. And Lotus, not as quickly done as Corrode, but results still the same when it comes to the winning team. And now it's going to be all down to Haven, which is also not only going to be Asterisk's pick at the same time, with the track record being very lenient towards them, but also one more thing ahead is that if you want to do your pick'ems, if you weren't here earlier, join the Reloaders Discord, get yourself a chance to win 6,000 VPs. But before we go on to the next map, we're going to be taking a short break, so stay tuned and we'll be right back.
One enemy remaining.
Revealing area.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Don't interrupt.
This way! I'm out of here! Fuck it!
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
I'm out of here!
One enemy remaining. Seconds left.
I'm not just a match.
player standing. One enemy remaining. Attackers.
Hey, let's play.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A. Defenders win. Spike planted. Kill their One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Seconds left. Last player standing.
Esports is global. From Seoul to Rio de Janeiro, from small bedrooms to massive arenas. From your very first game to your biggest victories. This is our world, our digital city. Millions play, millions watch. A global movement shaped by players, driven by passion, powered by its culture and community.
I am Arminas, head of Reloader. We love gaming. We live esports. Welcome to our venture.
We're Team Reloader. Our mission is simple. Give players what they've always deserved: rewards, respect, and recognition. This isn't just about features. It's about the culture we live and the community we build. Play more. Chase goals. Build your legacy.
Lock, load, and reload. It's reloaded. Things are just starting.
Gaming.
I'm not sure. Haven is a last time we saw Haven, it's a good premonition for what we should expect to go into map number 3. I feel like when we saw them last play, it felt like Sirens were just unable to play around Ravenclaw on the Neon duelist. And although Neon is such a strong agent on Haven, she's really difficult to pull off on a map like this. Last time we saw this, this was absolute demolition here from Asterisk. And we have to note as well, last map was so stupid close. Here, Lotus, it's not 13-7 on your screen, it's 13-11 to Asterisk. 13-11 from Sirens. Compare Sirens as a team on paper in terms of experience and colors, and compare that to Asterisk. Seriously strong underdog attempt there. After beating them on Lotus last series, forcing Asterisk to actually be like, okay, we got to actually start, running some good comps, that should tell you exactly what kind of quality we're looking at here, right? And Haven is going to be the next final potential if we see a last victory. And I think for me, what I expect to see from these comps is going to be more or less the same. We're still going to be seeing maybe even Elu come back here to the roster. If not, I'm really curious on who runs what, because usually Twirly's on the Neon, but on Haven, Twirly plays Omen, and then you have Elu on the Jet. So if Elu isn't playing and Ven is still sticking around, I'm curious on how those are going to switch around. Is Twirly going to play the Jet, and then you've got somebody else playing the Omen, or are we going to be seeing Ven play the Duelist? I'm really curious on how that's going to run out. For Sirens, it is this probably going to be the same usual traditional comp that we would expect. Sirens like running traditional stuff. But I'm wondering if they are going to change the Neon or not, because I feel like the Neon, they just aren't able to really play around it from what I see. I'm always afraid of how Sirens play on the Neon when they do, because more often than not, Ravenclaw is just kind of running in there trying to get an opening pick with not a lot of utility being thrown in. It really backfiring, just leading her to get completely obliterated and isolated by Asterisk. And as we can see, it seems like there will be a change of pace here. 12 and Ravenclaw still sticking on those duelist roles, and it looks like we're going to be seeing a Jet Mirror coming in. Oh, Puffo, you might be muted. Can I hear you, Puffo?
You're right. I am muted. Good call.
You're good.
Always forget. Yeah.
I got you.
But thanks. But we do get the rest of the picks coming in slowly, and now we can delve a bit more deeper. It's a double initiator from both sides. It's not a surprise. This is going to be Haven. You do see the Lotus map icon, but just so you don't get confused, it will be Haven. And on both sides, I think the Silva is a bare minimum when it comes down to map. As for the standout picks, now I want to focus on the Breach again, which I think is a great pick on this map, and the Killjoy as well. But I do feel like teams can lean a bit more into that double duelist comp on this map. And I just want to see a bit more Yoru. I'll be honest. I want to see a bit more Yoru. That's it.
Yeah, unfortunately not this time. No Yoru on Haven. I think Yoru's quite a beloved agent in a lot of these maps. I think he's just a good source of a lot more fun and explosive gameplay, especially if you're running double duelists as well. Yoru ISO is a really popular combo in tier 1 and tier 2 competitive. So not surprised to that be a popular agent duo to run, but this time we're not going to be seeing it. This is a very traditional pair of compositions that we're seeing here, and it's effectively, I believe, a mirror. Actually, maybe only 1 or 2 deviations, but I'm actually pretty sure this is a completely identical pair. Maybe instead of the Cypher we see Killjoy. Yeah, that's literally the only difference that we're seeing here. Aside from that, it is a complete mirror. And so the differences I'm seeing here, I would say at least go in favor of Asterisk, because Sirens, more often than not, you prefer to run the Cypher when you're up against Neon. It's a much easier agent to shut down attacking with. Aside from that, Killjoy effectively is a far better agent in every single way. If you are not against the Neon, you're better off running the Killjoy. And I think the read from Sirens of seeing Twirly on the Neon is not happening this time, and it's going to be maybe a source of small backfiring. But it's not the worst agent by any means, purely just a micro analysis there of the comp.
Yeah, it's a small little nitpick, but it can still make a drastic difference. Although we're going to have to see that a bit more in practice, as the pistols do seem to be now coming on board. And it's going to be Twirly with a Ghost, able to pick up the opening on the Sirens. But again, they're going to be setting back Sirens just for a moment with the smokes out. Now Heaven completely locked out as well, making a real good approach towards this bottom site. As the rest of the players
Spike planted.
Initiate just yet. They're waiting for the post plan to come around. They're looking for the head tap. Twirly will be missing an opportunity there to take out a second off of Sirens. There's still plenty of time remaining. You're just going to hop it on by, but they need to do so together. You can't have Twirly run in alone with the rest of the team following quickly after. Initiation starting off. Two players spotted out below. They're going to be fighting together. As Sirens are just good enough. With that, maybe gets one, but the follow-up will not be there. Close. But comfort is Sirens is traveling.
Was that comfort? I'm not sure, man. Sirens had a great start going into it, and then Amy just suddenly locks the hell in and just gets 3 kills in rapid succession. Had she gone that fourth, that could have been player of the tournament. That was an enormous clutch from Amy that was shut down just towards the very end. Thankfully, Shreya kept her composure and closed out the round. The Sirens.
Hit them fast, hit them hard.
This is a pretty promising start going into it. That under cross from backside is also really helpful for them.
Standing
establishing
ahead.
that in the post plant and not being too wavered by the use of utility to usually thwart them out. Maybe not having that breach aftershock replaced by flashes was part of the reason why, but it massively worked out for Sirens as Yumiko will catch out a lurk attempt from Casper through spawn. And it's going to give a good leeway room here for Sirens to lock down this A site. However, Asterisk, seemingly privy of the idea, ready to stun out from short and give the double swing for Amy as well. A decent shot here, but it's too quick here from Ravenclaw as she enters in, sees Twirly, and is smelling that thrill of the hunt.
Last player standing.
Twirly isolated and alone, and it's a flawless round 2 from Sirens here.
No good second. Early attempts here from Asterisk on trying to get into the back lines for a stab at Sirens, but it didn't end up working. It's in the blood of a Cypher to spawn out a lurker once they're on the map, and as for the rest, they followed quickly. Again, Asterisk attempted to go into Swamp with 2 players, maybe trying to sneak into the dead zones of Sirens, but we're too slow in the moment, and like that, fogged up. Sirens now have 2 rounds, but it's time for Asterisk women to have a chance of their own.
There's no moment to strike. Seems to be a lot more of a split defense profile here. Only a little bit of extra aggro numbers stacked onto A, but the moment that contact is not really fully established, there's a quick rotation coming in as Garage is their target into C. You've also got 2 members here of Sirens kind of looking out to catch out lurks from C long. That happened last time quite often in the last couple of rounds where you'd see Shreya or Casper, not Shreya, Casper just walking out there. This time she stays until she's very quickly almost decapitated there from long distance of C long, courtesy of Shreya on the Omen. Time is ticking down.
Flash out!
Sirens are trying to find the right moment, but they're still taking their time. They're being patient with this.
Blocking sight.
Really patient, twirly. Gonna block their line of sight. They're vision for a moment, being gonna allow the flash to come through, but it's backed up by a Cypher Cage again. All they're looking to deny is the entry from the enemy team, although Twirly has more availabilities, more options to go through. Goes with plan B, sneaks around towards mid, finds a kill, not in a close approach, as the Killjoy is out and done. Meaning the entry onto B here is going to be free vantage for Sirens. They've gained head ground. Comes down to sight. Now they need to contest them. With a kill. And we have a second. No, it's all going to be falling apart. As the last one, Meow has the potential to find the spike. Yes, it will be denied. 20 seconds now. The Cypher needs to find this one. Either the spike to get the time clocking against the enemy, but it's all down to Yumiko. And of course,
planted the spike.
Passing by, the rotation from the breach going to be imminent. Meow trying to be as careful, but the Cypher still has the camera. Although it didn't spot him just for a second, but the wrong timing. Although backing off to the right angle, head is going to be spotted. You check your left, not enough shots for Meow to claim it. And now the fault line out, trying to find the stun, goes for the defuse. I think it's going to be a 50 through and then back to gun. To the right corner, the right angle. That shot is there, and Yumiko falls.
That was so insanely lucky from Meow to have made that cam at just the right time. I cannot believe she got away with that from Yumiko. Yumiko had a moment to shine here, but was just a little bit predictable on the timing of the swing. Should have maybe waited a little longer, but no, not this time. Meow just perfect on the read. And clean with the crosshair placement too to get that quick shot before the Spectre's close range capabilities become a problem. And I think as well, Sirens were a little slow on the quick run to Garage. I think they gave us a lot of time to play around each other and surround them almost. The fights were being won. It was just a straight up individual error. Maybe not enough utility being thrown out when it mattered. Not enough space taking, not enough willingness to take the space, you could say. Another attempt at the same area here from Siren. Oh, okay. She got a 1. She got a 1. She got a 1. That's what matters.
For a moment. We were stressed for a moment. Right for a moment. We saw that. Although the drone gets taken, and now Sirens are going to be down yet another. If one wasn't plenty, make it double. But it seems the spike is heading in a different direction. Tenacity over A. Smoke is out. Seems like you're still going to be checking. Very cautious of where it goes, but Asterisk women, they have no clue about it.
More often than not, Asterisk are very
Cover going out.
I think Sirens are really aware of the possibility of a heavy anchor sticking around somewhere in the shadows.
Spike planted.
Not this time, in fact. All of them expecting a re-hit on A or Garage. Not ready for the push.
Last player standing.
Surely not Yumiko. That was so bold. So close to succeeding. But not this time. Carly, I'm going to block it out Shreya under hell. But the missed. It's up to Shreya, who could have gotten a lineup kill there, but not enough, unfortunately. Overwhelmed by the presence here of Asterisk, and so it's going to be 2-2.
2-2. The grasp over the scoreline now will not be passed to any teams, so nice little HQ between them. Asterisk women, great start. I think they handled it perfectly. They went out with kills. And again, they really like playing together. They're bunched up, and they put work into teamwork. and in general, a 5-stack roster. They all bunched up on C and B, making sure that, of course, even if it would have been an A push, right? Sirens would have been still at a heavy disadvantage to the 2v4, and they could have had plenty of time to rotate. But now Sirens, it's quite early on, but they're going to be taking this time out just to try and regather their thoughts, because they held the lead, they no longer do, but this is their chance to try and maintain it.
Yeah, Arjun with the timeout. I'm really curious on exactly what the plan is here, because I feel like Sirens just went, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We won the first time when we took the fight up from Garage into B. Maybe let's try it again. And the moment they realized, wait, this isn't going to work anymore, they're a lot more stacked, let's go back onto A. It worked, but not to the perfect way. It was a little bit more desperate, I'd like to think. So I think Arjun's going to be maybe speaking in some more fundamental protocols to have Sirens take into account any of those setbacks. And for Asterisk right now, I feel like if I was Asterisk, I feel like they're in a good, comfy situation right now. I think Garage control is solid. They've kept them anchored. They kept the pressure going. And when they do take that space onto Garage, they're very much able to still hold their ground, even if it is by some aspects a small margin, like Ven in that corner. But you had still someone backing them up from the top of C metal anyway, right? So I think what's the question for me is how Sirens will adapt and what Sirens choose to do afterwards here, as they're going eco round is not the worst timing, I'd say. This gives them a little bit of time to still elaborate on the strategy, as they're seeing chances to take this, really, And with Ravenclaw not having to be majorly isolated, having much safer means of entry, this is a much more difficult endeavor here for Asterisk to comfortably win through. I think this time they're going to have to put their money down.
Spike planted.
100%. And as long as you get the spike down as well, it's bang for your buck. Sirens now are going to be holding the site. But it's Asterisk who have been so dominant, so proactive on this post overtake. They're so good at it. Again, we're going to be approaching this from multiple directions, all but from behind, which Sirens seems to be very tempted of looking over. And now as the Rolling Thunder is going to be finding one of the players stunned out on side. Shreya won't be able to deny it. A sharp dart in retaliation, but the stick is going to be simply through. And not much of a contestation. I mean, Sirens all they do is just...
You can't save.
No, surely you can save it. It's going to be, surprisingly, as much as we would have wanted to see from Sirens, it was Asterisk in the end who were bringing it to them.
Yeah, I get not the worst thing, but you lose quite a bit of money into this. No?
Yeah. No, 100%. You, in an eco like this, you kind of want to deal damage instead of being at a risk of damage being dealt to you. There isn't much to lose anyway, so you might as well just full send it.
Yeah, I'm really not sure why they decided to play along with it in hand. I think it would have just been better to just try and stack right up. Get the kills down. But this time, as the fights are coming towards them with the superior arsenal now in their hands, it's an even battle. This time, thanks to Hunter
I know
from
exactly
Amy,
where you
to even it out and make it 3 versus 3. The neural theft thrown out as well to give that information.
Off your feet!
Then out comes the Rolling Thunder. Amy falls back sight, stuck into the hole. Still really low, but
One enemy remaining.
down 1 and 3 now for Nicole, as it's just Ven in a 1v3. And if there's anyone who can actually take this, I would say it's Ven, I have to say. I see her capable of yeah, her one, switch to Vandal, could do it, not this time, unfortunately.
Not this time, sadly not as plausible as if it were on Corrode, but in the end, the velocity picked up by Sirens here, a lot more promising than in the past. They instantly went through, they didn't care about the smoke, they pushed forward, and they got themselves the Omen also onto a close cubby from any one of Asterisk women attempting to approach their side a bit too close. So that was a good one from the starting initiation from Shreya. And that kind of also backed off the rest of the team. We saw 3 players pushing A long, right? One of them was a bit ahead of the other 2. They got taken out. And the 2 behind ended up just falling back because they didn't want to go into this losing battle. But Sirens didn't take that as an answer. They pushed them either way. Ooh!
Of their own. Natural will add the numbers up in favor of Sirens, but then with an exchange. Constant back and forth moment here of people gaining advantages and then losing them afterwards. Sirens need to try and get in quickly because you've got Ven in that pincer luck. With 2 members of Sirens being really low, I wouldn't be surprised to at least see one get taken down here if they double swing, but notice here that
Ven.
Meow's backed away as well.
Yeah. The Cypher is off the board as well, so his utility won't be serving much of a purpose. And Ben also holds quite a potential backstab here on Sirens.
Spike
They
planted.
both are on low HP, and considering they have little to no idea of where these two final players remain, they're gonna have to scout out that information. The drone is gonna be spotted. That's one for Natural.
They don't have a confirm on the breach yet. I think
Nor
that's
on
the big pain
Ben.
point. Now the
One enemy remaining.
fault line's thrown out. They just have no clue about Ben.
One enemy
But I think it's a bit too late. Although Nicole is still with a headshot onto him.
Sure.
In a 1v1. Goes out for the shot, goes out for the after swing, and it's gonna be Meow returning with a flick of the wrist and able to secure the round for Asterisk. But the last two from Asterisk, I didn't see them playing together all too much.
One enemy remaining.
After Ben got that open pick, he should have backed away because
One enemy
able
remaining.
to back her up, but because of that after under.
Flash out.
And Nicole almost got a double flash. If Meow was prepared for her already, it would have been cooked, but not the case. It'll be 4-3 in favor of Asterisk. You've got Ven with that lockdown, which is going to be a huge, huge blessing for them. And you also have opposite ultimates as well. That Hunter's Fury coming out here on Sirens. If they decide to use it here, it would be a big blessing. Bladestorm out from Twirly to aggress out from mid to establish some early aggressive control. But I think that's called an instant attempt to take up A, as it's just Amy alone here to take the onslaught.
Entering out tight. That's going to be nobody through the claw. Able to sharpen out the position, given over to Sirens.
Spike
as now
planted.
2 off onto Heaven, at least attempting to stay back for a while.
Recall
And the
it
rest
by
of the team from Asterisk, they have to reclaim their omen. They're not all 4 together. I'm just going to give it a bit of time for the utility to kind of wash away while the rest of the teammates get ready to swing on back. And like you said, Twirly now with the daggers able to stab in the killjoy pop. That's going to be the lockdown initiated, but it's all down to a game of time.
That was a crazy turnaround to catch out you on the line. That was a big, big picnic down.
Last
Something
player
early in this
standing.
engage. Ravenclaw backing up the court here. Messing with the Raven to get the claws, and Ravenclaw did exactly that with a 4K to close it out. Sirens 4-4. Final attempt from Twirly with the Blade Storm, but Asterisk are making this closer than I really think it should be. This is honestly being played really well from Sirens, and Asterisk are not really able to back up the bark right now because this is unexpectedly close. I can't lie. 4 defusal rounds have been all that it is, right? And no early kills. Asterisk are playing this slow. It feels like they're letting them take more space than maybe they should let on.
I was going to say on the right side of things, while Sirens were still on the losing end, they've already getting themselves double the score of what they've had in the previous matchup between the two, and they're still keeping up with Asterisk. For a matter of fact, they're not only keeping up, but they're toe-to-toe with them as of the current, and they might be able to even overtake them going into this round, as out from the shadows. Just waiting for someone to swing on by, being backed up, but Amy's second swing, more than 1-for-1 deal, although with the Sheriff not able to swing, you just gotta hide in these smokes open, then the shock dart won't find you, but unfortunately so it does. Plant is down, trying to push into it, Vet is alone and isolated, as a matter of fact, even taken out, as only 2 for Asterisk remain, and do they look to challenge this?
I think they will, just because of how they don't have the strongest weaponry here. Sirens are more than likely to be taking the lead unless we see some serious explosive shots coming out here from Twirly. And it's not going to be the case. He's already been instantly droned out. The aftershock also thrown more space claimed. Paranoia
Last
might be
player
massive
standing.
here as they're forced away, but the spam Kimiko will give them the guaranteed hit. Kimiko with 2 to close out.
Very nice. Sirens get themselves the leverage back. As for Asterisk, it's going to be their time to kind of respond in favor. I think that save is just about enough for them to get better guns, a bit more utility as well. Considering they're on the defensive, they're still doing a good job, but nowhere near compared to how it was last time around. And I don't want to necessarily focus too much on the past, but from a 13-2 to this being a 4-5 is a drastic change. And considering we also had a 13-2 on Corrode, Sirens are backing up their fight.
Yeah, this looks nice. I think going back to traditional means and going back to the Jet is a huge, huge blessing here for Ravenclaw. She's been enabled a lot easier here for Sirens. I think that's part of the reason why this helps so much. Ravenclaw's been doing great in this series. And it's not going to be any better for Asterisk if you've got some really strong ultimates from Sirens, especially that Rolling Thunder. And that's going to be a big, big, big thorn when they get onto that side push. I'm not sure if this is a tech pause or a timer, but I believe it is a tech pause coming in.
Yeah.
Maybe one of the players of Asterisk disconnected or restarting. Free the bear, man. Free the bear.
Free the bear. He's just stuck there.
You poor guy.
Hate to be him. Oh, well. Sucks to suck. General, though.
Brutal. Wow.
I could not.
How could you be so mean to such an innocent guy, man? He was just chilling.
Innocent. Have you seen him as the plushie thing? It's absolutely terrifying. His eyes. It's just a dark void.
But that's the novelty of the cute little beady eyes, you know? That's the novelty.
Yeah, that's the novelty. The eyes of despair and agony, sure.
Wow.
Ooh. I'm liking that the kills also have been quite like spread out throughout the team. We don't have like just one player constantly going off. Now, in the previous map, yes, it was I do believe Casper with the almost 30 bomb.
Yep.
But in general, you know, it's actual teamwork being shown on through. It's not like someone dropping 40 kills and then the bottom of the leaderboard being maybe 1 kill.
What does Ravenclaw heavily disagrees with what Nicole is saying. Heavily disagreeing. So what is the tech force here? Can I get an update from production of what's going on here? Is it like a disconnect or something else that's going on here?
Yeah, do we need to start talking about why Harbor is the GOAT?
Oh, please, no. Please don't make it that long. Alright, seems like it's just a single player disconnect. So I have to wait and see if I come back.
I guess we can also talk about the following maps then, since we still have Abyss and Bind, and we haven't seen a Bind. I think Bind, I'm really now hoping that we actually get to it, because Sirens are showing a promising game, right? If we get to Bind, I'd be really happy to see it.
Yeah, I have not seen a single composition from Asterisk on this Bind here, so I have no clue what they would be running with this. It's been a while, and with agents being rebalanced and whatnot, things could change, so I really could not tell you what they're going to run. But Bind is definitely interesting. It's a map that we don't see a lot in this tournament, so seeing it come out would be fun to see. But we'll have to wait and hope that Sirens can bring it back to 2 maps in, because at the moment the backs are against the wall. Oh, never mind. It's still a disconnect. I take it back. I thought we were going to get back into it, but I suppose not.
We're getting teased. We're getting edged here. This isn't fair.
Okay. Yeah, man. Us casters are getting. Yeah.
You want to finish that as well?
Yeah, I won't finish it. I won't finish it, but need to.
Also, we can take a moment to tell everyone to join the Reloader Discord today, right now, as of this moment, because while these things are happening, you have the time and take a part of the pick'ems for VCT champs right now. You have the playoffs. If you didn't have the time to do group stages, you know, your time is now, and you can still win 6,000 VP. So get yourself in. I mean, there's literally nothing to lose.
Nothing to lose. Hop in, join a community. Get a chance to win some nice epic Valorant points to buy yourself, honestly, some really cool bundles that are out at the moment. Hey, do you want me to tell you something that was great, Puffer? I got the heated stuff from my store yesterday.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, absolutely I did.
One enemy
And then after
remaining.
that, I instantly bought my like halfway progressed battle pass to level it up.
Yeah.
Flash out!
Sounds good, the game. Maybe only second now to the prelude that's come out in the stories.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
I love the mace, though. It's just a big swinging mace.
Yeah, it's
One enemy remaining.
It's a pretty unique melee, which is nice to see.
Blinding!
Not very often you see like
Flash out!
bundles have unique melee. I would love if the champs bundle had a unique
One enemy remaining.
melee weapon. That would be lovely, wouldn't it, Riot?
One enemy remaining.
At least a karambit, like at least a karambit. Okay, look, we went back. Haha, no, but no. I guess not. I guess not.
You'd think. You'd hope.
You'd hope.
But
yeah, we're re-rolling the round. It seems with just for the timer. And I'm not sure what else to speak about here. Like, what other options could Sirens do onto this attack? You've got that Rolling Thunder that is going to be really, really strong, kind of regardless of what site you go into. But I'd say it's definitely better for A and B, and to see them kind of grouping up around C and mid is making me curious on the full attempt of what they're going to be pulling off here, especially knowing that Asterisk have that from the shadows available. Another pause. Oh, damn me.
Gotta start counting them. Are you keeping count?
This is like the third pause, the third one now.
Although, I'm just wondering how big of a switch up is going to be happening once Asterisk women tend to go on to the attacking. Because again, everyone just knows Haven's a bit more lenient towards the attack, 30 signs, blah, blah, blah. Everyone knows that. But in general, Sirens need to make the most of their rounds right now. And, you know, once we have that switch up, once we have that vice versa going over the 12 mark, Asterisk women could start picking up the lead yet again, which I'm hoping isn't the case, because I really want to see Mind. And I'm assuming Abyss is going to be also something where Asterisk can find a bit more success. Although, honestly, today has been so all around the place. I mean, last time it was 13-2 on Haven and Abyss. Now we're seeing 4-5 by Sirens in the lead. And considering last time Sirens were in a 4v5, as you mentioned, on Abyss, they could even take that map for all we know.
Yeah. I think Abyss is a bit scary because it's hard to fully tell exactly how it's going to work, but if Ravenclaw keeps the same habits of running out long on her own, then it's not going to work out very much at all. Or just in general as well, just Asterisk just looking objectively the stronger team.
Yeah.
I wonder what she's looking at on her phone.
Scrolling Twitter,
I
probably.
wonder what Naturel is thinking. Oh god, I feel bad for her. She's scrolling through Twitter. Twitter's rough, man.
This is the worst part of technical timeouts. It brings out the worst in people.
I wonder if she's like me, where she's like meticulously crafted her algorithm to have it literally just be like esports news and cat memes.
I wish I could do that. I'm not even gonna bother. I just get like, oh, esports
Here.
stuff, and then the next tweet is like a dead person. Yeah, that's great.
I love how Sirens are like, man, isn't this beautiful? Isn't this beautiful? It's amazing.
The scenery.
Congrats! They can find. They've had attack pause so long that they can just like stare out into the map. Are we gonna go into a break if it's this long? Because this is how are we dragging this out even more? Like they're just admiring the view at this point.
Yeah, the low poly bush is lovely to see. Thank you, Ryan, for
Look, there are
making
little
this.
butterflies flying around too. Aw.
Yeah, gotta paying attention to detail here.
How poetic could it be?
Esports is global. From Seoul to Rio de Janeiro. From small bedrooms to massive arenas. From your very first game to your biggest victories. This is our world, our digital city. Millions play, millions watch. A global movement shaped by players, driven by passion, powered by its culture and community.
I am Arminas, head of Reloader. We love gaming. We live esports. Welcome to our venture.
We're Team Reloader. Our mission is simple. Give players what they've always deserved, rewards, respect, and recognition. This isn't just about features, it's about the culture we live and the community we build. Play more. Chase goals. Build your legacy.
Lock, load, and reload. It's reloading. Things are just starting.
Gaming is massive. Esports is global. From Seoul to Rio de Janeiro. From small bedrooms to massive arenas. From your very first game to your biggest victories. This is our world, our digital city. Millions play, millions watch. A global movement shaped by players, driven by passion, powered by its culture and community.
I am Arminas, head of Reloader. We love gaming. We live esports. Welcome to our venture.
We're Team Reloader. Our mission is simple. Give players what they've always deserved, rewards, respect, and recognition.
After a lifelong conversation or path with me and Shiva trying to find random topics to talk about, we are now going to be returning to the match, 4-5 scoreline, and we are so back.
Hopefully we are so back. What is happening here?
You know, just...
Is this another pause? Am I being trolled right now? Can we please? They just said, are you kidding me? Production just said Yumiko DC'd last second back to break. Well,
all right.
Yumiko has DC'd again, so we will have to unfortunately go back. Yes, those are her empty eyes on the cipher, just gone, not present, not here. We'll pass it back to break. We're so sorry. We'll be back when everything's like fully ready. We'll be back.
Esports is global. From Seoul to Rio de Janeiro. From small bedrooms to massive arenas. From your very first game to your biggest victories. This is our world, our digital city. Millions play, millions watch. A global movement shaped by players, driven by passion, powered by its culture and community.
I am Arminas, head of Reloader. We love gaming. We live esports. Welcome to our venture.
We're Team Reloader. Our mission is simple. Give players what they've always deserved, rewards, respect, and recognition. This isn't just about features, it's about the culture we live and the community we build. Play more. Chase goals. Build your legacy.
Lock, load, and reload. It's reloaded. Things are just starting.
Gaming is massive. Esports is global. From Seoul to Rio de Janeiro. From small bedrooms to massive arenas. From your very first game to your biggest victories. This is our world, our digital city. Millions play, millions watch. A global movement shaped by players, driven by passion, powered by its culture and community.
I am Arminas, head of Reloader. We love gaming. We live esports. Welcome to our venture.
We're Team Reloader. Our mission is simple. Give players what they've always deserved, rewards, respect, and recognition. This isn't just about features, it's about the culture we live and the community we build. Play more. Chase goals. Build your legacy.
Lock, load, and reload. It's reloaded. Things are just starting.
Gaming is massive. Esports is global. From Seoul to Rio de Janeiro. From small bedrooms to massive arenas. From your very first game to your biggest victory.
One enemy remaining.
Revealing area.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Don't interrupt.
This way! I'm out of here! Shock it!
Thirty seconds left. One enemy remaining.
I'm out of here!
One enemy remaining. seconds left.
I'm not just an artist.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Last player standing. Flawless. One enemy remaining.
You bring him up 40 bags?
Last player standing.
I'm out of here!
Apologies for the delays, but eventually we came on through. And now officially we're going to be back. 4-5 scoreline still. And of course, Asterisk women on the losing end while Sirens are looking to keep and maintain balance. As now, we're going back into the match. Finally.
Yeah, finally, after a little while. Took a good while to bring it back, but thankfully, after disconnects, we're sorted out. So let's get back into it. This is, honestly, it's a bit of a buzzkill because this map is looking really intense.
Swamp grenade.
Good thing is that it doesn't seem like Sirens are looking to stop the pace anytime soon. As already it's an
Yeah. Not even a single shift of momentum. Ready for with a bit of focus on the cheek, and now with the second shot already, Sirens have completely turned it on its head. Asterisk not being able to find a single piece of casualty to return, with a great caveat.
Take
Great
flight.
as this, we're gonna need to really find the catalyst to either returning the double or having some of those shots hits. You can't go with missing those twirly.
Last player
Now it's all up
standing.
down to the final two.
Ace.
Will we have an ace by Ravenclaw? No, just not looking the right direction. The 4K still more than enough. Ball there with the finishing touch, and Sirens with a split on the half.
That's another round for Sirens. They're now at least guaranteed even on the half. Looking a bit scary for Asterisk here. You've got still that Rolling Thunder, still the Blade Storm, no ultimates used from Sirens. You've got the From the Shadows usable here as well for Asterisk on Casper. It's looking a bit bleak at the moment here, as now they're back into another eco, guaranteed a 7th round. This isn't the same Asterisk women that I remember seeing last time. I saw really confident, I saw
Revealing area.
usual sharpshooters here. And granted, we're seeing a very good Sirens,
Bomb grenade out!
but Asterisk
Blocking sight.
region for a reason. One of the best in the entire continent in terms of GC teams, and they're falling instantly. Ven is not having as strong as disciplined as a player like Amy that we saw last time. Backing away immediately. The retake. Ravenclaw's just running out. Taking a second as well.
Just hope with the final item shots. Cool. But you're reloading, you're passing Casper sitting all those shots, and Twirly there with the support. It seems like it's still within possibilities. Picking up an upgrade. Twirly up on the Vandal, going for the
One enemy
Doesn't seem
remaining.
like the shots are going to be. Oh, Shreya proving us all wrong. Not even 15 get through. Now going for a second attempt, low HP, and finished out Yumiko there. Final blow and a winning round for the first half. 7-5 in the
Last
worst-case
round
scenario.
before the switch.
Another round for Sirens. This time being a little closer than we will think it was going to happen. Some over-aggression from Sirens ended up leading them to lose some fights that were maybe unfavorable from the very beginning for them. And that led to what could have been a really scary Thrifty round there, but thanks to the well-aimed place spam of Shreya and Nicole, it pays off, thankfully. And now Twirly with an operator, the big guns have been thrown out. Asterisk Women's final round to close this and hopefully make it
Scanning ahead.
Attack side is not going to get any easier for them.
Shreya stunned. Now persisting forward. Step towards long. Even with support on the back lines, but simply backing off in the moment. Fault line there to make sure it's secured. The rest of Sirens,
out of
though,
my way.
have not left unscathed as the jet is extremely low.
Yeah, Blade Storm coming out with the last ditch of desperation, maybe using that movement to sneak out, eke out a last kill before your dying gasp. To defend. Around B, you can see Sirens pivoting around through Garage, maybe back into B off of Yumiko's information, hearing some steps. That turret being triggered through Garage has led to Ven very quickly coming back to rotate and join their teammate to ensure that there's no pincer play on the operator. And that's led to A being completely free. Ravenclaw's lurk up with the Blade Storm is going to be a big move here. As no,
30 seconds left.
Push that, but it's alright, don't worry. We've got Yumiko knowingly spotted this. Unstealing though is ginormous here from Amy. Catches out 2 as well. Ravenclaw still alive, just barely. This
Blocking sight.
thrown out as well. Asterisk wants to finish.
Not quick enough to deny the plants, although the
Last
stun is going to
player
be there
standing.
inevitably. And meow, Amy. 2 for another egg in the basket. Shreya, last one, trying to come it out, but twirling will deny quickly. Plenty of time to retake. Investment from the Hunter's Fury and Rolling Thunder, but it worked out well as this was the last round and a half. You needed to invest all
Switching
you had.
sides.
Yeah, good stuff here from Asterisk. Very diligent, very willing to just quickly go into the site with a little Shaking Thunder. Not an ounce of restraint coming in with that. So we're 7-5 at the half. We're flipping it round. It's Asterisk on the pistol on the attack. It seems like A is going to be the primary target, where Sirens are appearing to make the right read here. You've got Nicole on that breach looking to possibly stun up short, or even just stun up main in general to give Sirens huge leeway room to just commit to this aggressive opening fight.
Taking a look at players like Ravenclaw currently again performing at his finest. Ravenclaw has been really consistent through all 3 maps and continues to do so.
Revealing area.
Sirens can't just rely on the single jet player. Maybe not for all rounds. Recon Balt quickly destroyed. Now, it's going to be giving a sign of life to Sirens that maybe they can hold out towards A, but an instant initiation into B. Now they're looking to lock it, but will it be rotated towards A? I think they're just going for a bit of a round way through, but the plant is coming on B, and why are the rest of the players going on A? I don't get it.
Sirens are a bit slow on this push. An attempt to get one onto Ven, and it will pay off. That stun as well through mid. We'll grab that, but that's only one. You still have a retake to be dealing with here. With pistols as well, this is going to be a difficult challenge. Even so, you have the better numbers. One by one, they're pushing in. They're going so split into this. This is so strange here from Sirens. Is this working out? Surely
Last
not.
player
Oh, it
standing.
is.
Here it goes! Jump is getting in, but it's Casper. Comes back so low, Nicole so low, and it still pays off for Sirens. How do they get away with this?
That was the perfect way to respond. I mean, Asterisk at the beginning, they reached themselves towards the beginning of A, towards C. They got all ground, but that midpoint, and how did Sirens go about it? They went for a similar pathing. They went
Last
all
player
around, kind
standing.
of surrounded Asterisk women, and all that was left was Casper, who sadly couldn't hold the weight of all 5 players. Just crunched down upon them, meaning this pistol is theirs. They're able to pick up on the eco as well, and now they can just play it a bit better, a bit more comfortable.
No clue how Sirens managed to bring that back, man. Ravenclaw with an open take is solid, right? But then Nicole with those 2 rapid classic kills. How do you get away with that? Now, superiority in their hands. They're looking to gain even more of an advantage, make this a 4-round difference. Naturella with a pick on Tatwale to start. That's their spearhead of the push gone out of the picture. Maybe a rotate soon to be called here from Asterisk, but it doesn't seem like to be the case. They're being a bit slow and careful with this, looking into maybe an overswing from Ravenclaw. It seems like it is about to come through, and it pays off exactly right. You've got Natural trying to trade, but it backfires horribly here for Asterisk. All up to Nicole here to keep it going. And that might just be a thrift coming in soon.
I think so. I mean, there's no denying it. It all fell down for Sirens. They had so much, but they got overzealous in the moment. And who was there to punish them? It was Asterisk women. Two players just shutting it down in an instant. And now the post plant, you gotta play against guns of your own teammates to try and retake this post. Keep yourself with an advantage. It seems the Bucky's gonna be trying to
Last player
still
standing.
not. Shatter hopes are there, and I think not. Asterisk women only have to rely on Amy, who has done great deeds in the past, but can't earn
remaining.
that for one more time. Yumiko there with a flick of 180 right around, and barely getting it through. As close as Sirens got it. Asterisk women still put up a good fight, but they were not able to maintain it.
Am I watching Blue Water right now? Like, what kind of hold is that? How are they losing these fights? I'm so surprised. They can just go with a longer range disciplined cross where they just peek one-on-one and die instantly. What is this attempt at a hold from Asterisk? You had it all in your hands. One of them had a bucky, and you're not abusing your range. I'm so confused by that. Not even abusing their numbers. It's crazy to me. I cannot believe that happened. That was totally around for Sirens. Oh, for Asterisk, sorry.
So much gone wrong. So much gone wrong. And with such a great beginning, the result being way more faultier than it's unprecedented. But, well, we get it. And Sirens are now on a 4-round lead, looking to close out even as soon as possible, but you still have a couple more to worry about. Sure, they're able to just get out safe and sound. Smoking off B as well in the meanwhile. Now waiting for Asterisk Women's move, who are kind of in a stalemate. They're just, again, waiting for Sirens to push into them like they did in the prior round, but Sirens aren't making that mistake once more.
It's a bit of split, but A still with many more members in hand. Usually you'd see that position of revealing very, very strong, but not this betrayal. There's no paranoia.
Enemy
It's going to be
kill.
a bit more of a vulnerable position here. Asterisk one by one.
Last player
Excellent
standing.
execute this time. Hugely succeeded. Only one going down.
Spike planted.
And now Yumiko onto Ven, grabbing one. He was last time the big harbinger of death on that last fight on A. This time looking to make it happen again. Amy respecting it, spotting her and backing away.
This is what we've been seeking out from Asterisk. This aggression, this type of one-way hive mind mindset. It's been lacking in the past couple of rounds, but they seem to be bringing it back. And as Yumiko, looking to be the big bad wolf in this 1v3 story, I believe the book has already closed its final page. Time has run out. Yep, shot from Amy, able to close it out. Now on a bit of a return of the round, but they need a couple more to catch up to Sirens.
Yeah, they will need a few more, but still one round, one step forward is always going to be better. With superior weaponry now in their hands, Sirens forced to eco. This is going to be pretty strong for them. Still actually enough here for Sirens to still effectively fall by this, actually. Maybe just due to the resourcefulness that they had in the previous rounds, helping them out in big wins here. Now with a full gun round, this is a big momentum shifter here. If Sirens take this, this might be the map. It could be curtains if this round here goes to Sirens. Get this round in with 10, superior weaponry, superior money on the buy, get you to 11. In the next round, you're 12. And suddenly, that's 9-6 to 12-6, and you don't want that if you're Asterisk.
You don't. But what you want even more if you were Asterisk is the site control. But look at Yumiko cover the smokes.
Oh, no way.
Connecting it. This blade transfer. A bit of a late reaction from Twirly, but it's going to be captured. Are supporting as all of a sudden Asterisk Winner are going to be taking it back. Sirens now with only 2 to offer, and that's going to be plenty. Ravenclaw still striking for 1. Spike picked up by the Jet Twirly. Off onto an instant rotation. Now, the round has been set line
Enemy remaining.
position. So Major finds the head pop instantly towards A to support Twirly on that plant and convert it into a 2v1.
Naturello somehow instantly turning to clock that flank is crazy work. Almost getting a pick with it too. But not this time, unfortunately. It's up to Ravenclaw in the 1v2. Magic is needed. Papa? What was that? Sorry. It's up to Ravenclaw now in the clutch. How are Asterisk handling this here? So you've got... We're not using the nano swarms here? Interesting. Then With that long bot, thankfully, now able to scout out Ravenclaw's position. And I think Ravenclaw's just going to opt in to save.
Yeah.
Last player standing.
Oh, maybe even challenging. Still get some value out of that. It's
No
better
round.
than nothing.
Yeah, no round pick. So big round one here from Asterisk. Massive round. This is their chance now to bring it back and hopefully for them at least close this out in a 3-0 fashion. Especially considering how well they came back in map 2. I was expecting to go much more one-sided than Haven, but not this time. Sam was in a serious fight. So Asterisk needs to lock in. This peak pocket smoke from Unico was so patient and so well executed. It almost led to that win flip from Sirens. If Naturel turned around quick enough to catch out Ven before she picked off the drone, it could have been it, man. It could have been curtains.
It could have been it. It definitely could have been. But on the bright side for Sirens, to give credit where credit is due, they're being a lot more unpredictable. Like Yumiko right now. It's a perfect example, right? They're not necessarily playing, I would say, by the book or just a real basic strat. They are going around and trying to test the waters. Although, look, Ven and... No, wait, Cloud is going to be passing each other, but Veto was not spotted and getting into the backlines of the enemies.
One enemy
We
remaining.
have gone in an instant. There's the quad, and Sirens have been turned to dust as Shreya now holding the weight of 4 players on her shoulders. And an instant rotation from Asterisk just to make it that much more difficult to read upon. And I think this is going to be another round. I mean, I doubt it can go any other way. There it is.
Then with insane luck timings, putting on her best Nats cosplay.
No. Going off
The
sofa.
fences here of Sirens catching out 3 single-handedly.
One enemy
Makes this
remaining.
far too easy for Asterisk to finish off. Nothing that Shreya can really do towards the very end, and that's 8 rounds for Asterisk. Comeback soon to be imminent. With this next gun round coming in, it could be a 4th round in a row. If Asterisk win this, they're going to be taking the lead, surely.
Yeah. Bit of a repeat on what we saw in Lotus. But of course, Asterisk still need that little tip over the edge to find him. Apparently, I actually almost found Casper, but out from the shadows, gonna find an instant entry out the way. It should be as free as it gets, right? With the rest of the team following closely. Out only Heaven you need to worry about, which speaking of which, it will be smoked off. The plant is about to be initiated. Soon stuck on move.
Spike
Here we go,
planted.
just sending out a bit of utility to make it a bit more
Turret
chaotic.
destroyed. Be faster.
Rocking a hard place here. Ravenclaw able to catch her off. That's the luck. Pressure out of the picture. And so it's a 4-on-5. But Sirens have that Rolling Thunder, which is a seriously scary ultimate to be dealing with in a post blind, especially on a map as difficult, as a site as difficult to hold as that A area. But Asterisk are here to
Last player standing.
answer the call. Ravenclaw with a 3rd hit. And it's Twirly who's left here to answer. Who's coming in, Twirly with the Blade Storm can't land it as the Cole will just barely survive, and that's double digits here for Sirens.
Break the curse. They break the curse before Asterisk can catch them. Oh, then H10 again, still keeping the lead, but Sirens. Earlier was that what 11-9, 11-8, something like it on Haven, where Asterisk women started picking it back up, and you know you're still not quite there, Sirens. It's not a long way to go, that's for sure, but you gotta be careful. Asterisk can completely turn it on its head when they want to, and we gotta give shout-outs to Ravenclaw again with how persistent she's been throughout these. I said enough. I say it a bit too much, but really good on the Jet, really good on the Neon and the Rays in general.
I mean, I think she was the main reason why Sirens were able to claw out that last round, no pun intended.
Yeah.
And you know, her managing to catch out 2 of the flanking lurks is honestly invaluable here for Sirens. And usually you'd expect that
You
to
should
push
run.
onto the site, but this time it was the other way around. Being the defender, the savior here, protector. With this lockdown being thrown out here from Asterisk, they're going to be getting into a 3A site.
Blocking sight.
Sirens are looking to commit to the retake with no Rolling Thunder around. Things are going to be difficult.
Spike
Rolling
planted.
Thunder, the whole Hunter's Fury, sorry, being exchanged from both sides here. Meow being fallen, but Naturel with 2, courtesy of the Hunter's Fury. And that is a massive advantage solidified here for Sirens. It's up to Twirly to hold the line through Spawn, but it's not happening. Belong to Sirens, and it's up to Casper and Ben.
Last player standing.
Lethal shooters, but can't survive the onslaught of Sirens. They get to 11. This is looking dire for Asterisk, as Sirens somehow survive and win out this round. A is honestly a site that's notoriously difficult to win out on the retake, but somehow they just do it every time.
Unfortunately enough, Amy being in that Hunter's Fury alongside, from both sides of the Sova, the one downside of it, right, is you don't have a lot of movement. So if the other Sova tracks where you're shooting from, it's a free kill. The first one already there, the second one just as a great cherry on top. But in general, a timeout is going to be needed. This is the last time Asterisk women can fight back against Sirens before match point is handed over. And then you're playing for overtime. Then you're playing for extra rounds. And then you're just on the survivor side. Normally, in map number 1, you know, it was Sirens constantly being the quote-unquote prey. But now they're the hunters, and it's really surprising results. I'll be completely honest. I did not expect for this to be so close.
No, me neither. Not at all. I was expecting the Asterisk to be leaps and bounds ahead. It seems like Sirens have caught up quicker than we expected. You could see partially of the benefit of how well Sirens are playing, but also from the mistakes that Asterisk are making here. I mean, the Hunter's Fury from Natural was just fantastic. But, you know, you had the server of Asterisk tried to bounce back, respond with one of her own, and ended up being the thing that gave away her location and ends up catching her out even worse.
But hey, Sirens, we're making this a grand final. This is what we wanted again, right? Two teams showing why they deserve to be here. As for the rest, Asterisk women now need to start picking up the pace more and more as they go on, but this is going to be the final few moments if they want to keep themselves within Haven. And of course, seems like it's calmed down for the moment. You know, a bit of utility from both sides. Now we just give it a rest.
Off your feet!
Being a little slower on the push, but now that Rolling Thunder's been popped out, it's a site guaranteed for them. Nobody on the back of site, so that's all claimed up for them. As the plant is in.
Spike planted.
Another 5-on-5 retake. This time with a little weaker utility from Sirens. They need to just win 1v1s, and Twirly be the one to do the first killing blow. And that aftershock misses slightly. It doesn't thwart them out all the way. And that's a big error coming out from the breach here of Sirens. This
might also be a mislead of information. They could think under is cleared because of it.
One enemy remaining.
Usually the biggest lethal pursuit of the fight, but not this time. Falls quickly to the hands of Twirly, as it's just Nicole alone. He will be forced to face the music, face the darkness even. Ooh. A nice parting shot there from Meow. Unfortunately, she won't be the one with the last laugh as she falls to the spike, but a bad
I'll do my job,
nonetheless.
you do yours. Out of charges.
9 rounds to 11. Still Sirens in favor. But with the inferior financials here, Asterisk may be able to confirm themselves double digits at least.
Yeah. Piggy bank for Sirens is slowly starting to crack open here. And with this round, they're just going to have to kind of let it run. You know, Nicole being the only one that can necessarily have a chance of a fight back against the rest of the players. Being the one to burden the majority of weight going into this round with Vandal, as the rest with Sheriffs only hoping to deal damage on the economical side of things for Sirens. Rather the other way around for Asterisk women. They still have a bit of lifelines. They have 2 rounds ahead, but they need to use them very carefully. Oh!
Disgusting shots. What am I watching here? There is no way you can get away with this, man. This peak mid's natural just gets in, just instantly snags 2 massive one-taps. And I mean, how does this happen? And soon, Amy is about to get flanked on again. She has no idea.
Not like
Cover going out.
Where they are behind her. There's no clue.
Last player
They have to
standing.
try and win these 1v1s, but
Spike
Natural
down,
so
B.
sharp on the Sheriff. The fastest shooter in the West for this round on Haven. It's up to Casper to win this 1v5.
Cover going
now,
out.
a stonked arsenal
30 seconds
of
left.
Sirens. Shrouded step. A little undershot. Searching. Tagged, but can't finish it off. It's a thrifty for Sirens. I cannot believe this is happening right now.
Match point.
Sirens have done the unthinkable. They went in bang for bang, one after another, and Asterisk women have been wiped out in the majority of the team. The two final were just lambs for the slaughter. And even then, we still saw one tap from the Sheriffs, as simply there isn't enough room for Asterisk when it comes down to Haven in general. But Sirens now match point. And in case the very low chance of a case that they end up losing 2 rounds in a row, they still have overtime to back themselves up. But considering with the way these rounds have been going currently, Asterisk women really need a moment of greatness. Sirens can start making huge mistakes.
No, just a little set to be lucky with the stab. It backfired. He gets her away. Somehow she lives. And the rest of Sirens will back her up when it matters. Numbers thinning down. As Sirens are fighting back. And they will win.
Defenders win.
It won't be a 3-0 sweep. They're fighting back. They let Lotus be a clear omen of how capable they are. Best map or not. It's going to be 2-1 for Asterisk. Sirens are looking to bring this back. Even if on history,
Last player
it proves to be
standing.
the opposite.
Stats are only
Defenders.
numbers for Sirens. That previous 13-2 Asterisk one was merely a suggestion going into this match. They do not care for numbers, but results shine brightest. 13-9, they win it.
Last player
Though
standing.
Haven was quite close. It still was not close
Defenders.
enough, and even further away from what Lovely Lotus ended up being. But now we have ourselves a 2-1 scoreline, meaning we get to see Abyss. And of course, if we do get a victory from Sirens here, then we also have a probable bind. But wow, that's a really shocking result. Some of these rounds have been off the charts. I mean, we're talking about the previous Sheriff round that just went completely off board, and somehow Sirens get away with it. But in general, I imagine they're going to be complaining much about it.
I have a feeling that Asterisk are having an off day at the moment because I cannot believe I'm seeing this right now. Sirens as well, just playing spectacularly well. I mean, you have just individual moments of greatness from this team, which is great to see now when it matters more than most in the grand final. The question is on whether or not they can keep that high going, because they have to remember they are still the underdog. Maybe being the underdog and not having expectations is what's going to help them into this. And maybe the expectations of Asterisk winning this might be the very thing that's keeping them held back in this at the moment. We'll have to wait and see, because we got Abyss coming up next, and this time, I mean, I have no clue how to see this. Considering that Haven was a complete stomp, and Abyss was also a pretty big stomp, but a completely different map. No clue how to call it, I have to say.
Yeah, there's so many factors going into this that make it just so much more exciting, but at the same time, even more unpredictable. Again, it seems like Sirens have come out swinging after the first map like a completely different team. Even though they didn't win map number 2, right? It was still close. It was still 13-11. It was as long as regulation goes. And on to Haven, there's no doubt about it that they were the leading presence throughout the majority of the matches. It was constantly Asterisk kind of in the shadow, lurking, trying to catch up to them. They did at some points, but taking out the lead, that wasn't very common.
Yeah, and I think with this map particularly, it felt like there were moments where Sirens just felt so confident, but still actually playing together, which was the big difference that we saw last time, where when they went up against Sirens, they were just playing so separately, going into these 1v1s, not really being disciplined at all, not being able to play together and enable comps that they shoehorned themselves into. Now that they switch Ravenclaw off the Neon and make her play a much more comfy agent like the Jet, things have changed drastically here, and the whole team has seen the impact of it. I have no clue how this has happened, but let's hope that Asterisk are able to hold that fortitude and keep up their form into Abyss, because otherwise Sirens might sneak out another map out of their noses and we could go to bind. Abyss has a bit of a different thing with comps as well, which I think is important to note going into it. This was a mirror comp with only 2 Sentinels being the difference. Abyss, very, very different circumstances, I think.
Yeah, Abyss can range very heavily. You can see random picks. Like we said, Abyss is something completely different, and it can't compare to Corrode, Lotus, Haven. It can compare to Corrode and how important the mid-section can be, but that's just about as far as it goes, right? And playstyle-wise, this is also kind of the newest introduction into the comp map pool, so teams are still trying to find the the quote-unquote new meta with it, but that doesn't matter. We're going to keep a bit for later. Right now, we have the stats from Haven. 13
Wow.
to 11 will not be the score. It will be 13 to 9 for Sirens, but we talk about them. First kills, 14 to 8, clutches 2 to 3, and post points. I'm not too surprised. Sirens were really good on those.
14 first kills is crazy.
Yeah.
14 first kills is crazy here from Sirens. That might be a bit of a tell on what to be dealing with right now. And I feel like as well, what's different here is that the amount of post plants the Sirens had too, with 12 post plants. I feel like Asterisk are giving them a bit too much respect onto the site. That might be another thing to worry about too, right? Team ACS wide as well is relatively close. It really feels like just those individual impact moments that change the course of the series here. And I still cannot believe how some of these moments from Asterisk just backfired horribly. Like that pistol round and the round that before they ended up getting thrifted. I still can't believe those happened. And that is courtesy of the amazing mechanics from Sirens that clearly aren't there to make it far. But Asterisk, I know them as a team so much more disciplined, so much more synergized, so much more able to trade off each other and play together. And this isn't the team that I know. Like, this isn't it. This isn't the Asterisk that I saw.
I mean, it's not the Asterisk we saw in map number 1. That's already good.
Yeah,
right?
for sure.
That's as well. But let's take a look at the MVPs here. Ravenclaw, 3 for 3. I'm not even surprised. Fantastic, brilliant work from her. And Casper as well, going to be popping up.
Oh
but
my God.
Compared to Sirens and Asterisk have a really, again, just 17, 16, 15, 12, and 11. But Sirens, I mean, they seem to be overwhelming them.
I mean, bro, do you see those 8 first kills from Ravenclaw?
Ravenclaw is a
That
beast.
is
There's
massive value. Out of the 14 first players they got, Ravenclaw got more than half of them. That's insane. She is the serious bear. She's having one hell of a series right now. It feels like whenever she's not playing Neon, she's cracked. Whenever she isn't playing that agent, she's absolutely insane. Give her the Jet and the Raze more, man. She is just a demon at the moment. I don't know.
I mean, but of course, the rest of the team is also following up together. That's what I like more. You know, with the first map, the thing was Neon, poor. We can definitely both agree on that. But it was the rest of the team that didn't follow through with it. They didn't necessarily work around that character. This time around, Ravenclaw's having the full support from the team, and I think that's great.
Yeah, I think that just comes with the simplicity of the comp and understanding how to play with
Yeah.
Jet along compared to the Neon, where it's a much more fast timing base. It's very precise. Neon needs to be executed much better compared to the Jet, where it's a bit more simple to understand and easy to frame around. So we'll have to hope that next map is going to be the difference maker here as we get into Ascent. There is no sweep. Your pick'ems, if there were any, are broken, lad. It's not going to be a 3-0 sweep from Asterisk. Sirens are still in this. They take them down on Haven, and it's going to be Abyss up next. We'll see how things will change. We'll see you guys after the break.
Not ready yet. Good hit. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
I'll find you. Stop it! Gotta go!
Stay in sight.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Almost ready.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. enemy remaining.
I guess we're doing this.
Blast out!
Get out of here! Grenade!
One enemy remaining.
Wall trick! My territory! My rules!
Last player standing.
Lightning! Blast out! Gotcha.
Here comes the party! I'm all sober!
One enemy remaining.
This! I'm out of here!
Spike planted.
This way!
Last player standing.
Cage trigger.
Right there.
Satchel out!
Blast out!
One enemy remaining. Spike down, attacker spawn.
Right there.
Last player standing.
Sit there.
One enemy remaining.
Retreat.
Spike planted. Last player standing. 10 seconds left. Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
For me! Here comes the party!
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
My rules!
Spike planted.
Almost out!
Last player standing.
Let's go!
Satchel out! Back down! Or die! Here comes the party!
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Off your feet!
Watch out! Round's ready! Cover go!
Spike down A.
Down.
One enemy remaining.
This! Nice drive! Out of charges! This way! Those hard
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. remaining. Last player standing. I'll find you.
Gotta go.
Still in sight.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining. Up down. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Wingman's defused. The wingman's
One
down.
enemy remaining.
I guess we're doing this.
Flash out!
Get out of here. Grenade!
One enemy remaining.
Wall trip. My territory, my rules.
Last player standing.
Lightning! Flash out! Gotcha! You got them!
I'm off over.
One enemy remaining.
This! I'm out of here.
Spike planted.
Let's play.
Last player standing.
Cage 3.
Right there.
That's up.
Flash out!
One enemy remaining. Spike down, attacker spawn.
Right there.
Last player standing.
Sit down.
One enemy remaining.
Retreat.
Spike planted. Last player standing. 10 seconds left. Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
For me. You got them.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Almost out.
Last player standing. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Off your feet!
Watch out. Everyone's ready. Up and go.
Spike down A.
Down.
One enemy remaining.
Nice try. Out of charges. This way. Those hugs
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Gaming is massive. Esports is global. From Seoul to Rio de Janeiro. From small bedrooms to massive arenas. From your very first game to your biggest victories. This is our world, our digital city. Millions play, millions watch. A global movement shaped by players, driven by passion, powered by its culture and community.
I am Arminas, head of Reloader. We love gaming. We live esports. Welcome to our venture.
We're Team Reloader. Our mission is simple. Give players what they've always deserved: rewards, respect, and recognition. This isn't just about features. It's about the culture we live and the community we build. Play more. Chase goals. Build your legacy.
Lock, load, and reload. It's Reloader. Things are just starting.
And we are back. Now, after 3 maps have passed us by, it will still be Asterisk women with a 2-1 lead. But of course, Haven didn't end up as expected with a 13-11 or 13-9 scoreline in the favor of Sirens to keep themselves within this matchup. It's still me, Puffa Bob. It's still Sheba, the man, the myth, the legend. And now we're going to be going right back to the MVP of the previous one, which was Ravenclaw, and consistent through all 3 maps.
Yeah, still cannot believe that we are seeing a map number 4 off the hands of Haven and not Lotus, which is insane to think about. But Ravenclaw is one of the big reasons why, right? She's been really, really good throughout this series, and especially on Haven, who was the MVP of that map, being really instrumental in opening up the site for her team. I mean, those 8 first bloods are seriously lethal when you know that that's 8 out of 14 first bloods that the team got in its entirety. With a solid KD, generally speaking, the first bloods are the serious thing to look out for in that, because that shows that Ravenclaw is really here to get those opening picks and confidently take those doors. You know, being the one to take those doors and win them takes a lot of confidence, and it proves that Ravenclaw is seriously there and locked in, ready to play. You know, and going into Abyss as well, this could again still help them a lot, because this is another map where Ravenclaw is going to be able to pop off really heavily on the door list here. And I'm curious for the rest of what Sirens are going to run, but for Asterisk, I think I generally know what they're going to run. It's probably going to be a similar comp to what they won last time with the Tejo Astra comp that they were running. But from Haven, what we saw, it's important to note that I honestly feel like Asterisk were making a lot of mistakes in this map. Many instances where they weren't really confidently taking space together, and they weren't accounting for a lot of some of these lurky moments that Sirens are pulling into, like this lurk from Yumiko here, for example. Also moments where they're not trading each other as quickly, especially on that pistol round where we honestly saw it as a free win there for them, right? And not taking into consideration some of the rat angles that Asterisk were pulling in was the big thing that backfired here, I think, for Asterisk.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Sirens were just playing a lot more unpredictably compared to the first two maps. And, well, Asterisk, while they still hold a lead on the series point, and they do have the series point in general, they can claim it out in Abyss, but it's not a necessity. They can still drag it on all the way to Abyss, where they might feel threatened. So I imagine they'd would have finished it on Haven in the first place, especially with the numbers that they've displayed in the past. But now onto the Abyss. Now, again, Abyss is another map that they've done beautifully on. Done 13-2 in their last matchup, and now they're either going to have to repeat some sort of regulation victory or one into overtime, or allow Bind to be the next one in the decider to show up in today's grand final. As for the recent agent comps, we can take a look at them, and you talk about the Astrateo combination. That's where we're going to be seeing what Asterisk could potentially be bringing. As for Siren, they're going something they've been a bit more they've been pulling in through many of the maps today, especially something like we saw in Haven.
Yeah, for Sirens here, sorry, it's gonna be the old traditional. I think this is another traditional ranked dish comp that you would like to run with the double initiator, Sova Breach. Jet on the duelist is gonna be really good for Ravenclaw, who's on really good form. But Asterisk comp is really interesting for me because I feel like it's a very, it's obviously very utilitarian. It's very made to kind of eliminate any chance for anyone to be holding something when you take the site. And with the Astro utility being so invaluable on such a post-plant heavy attacker-sided map like Abyss, it's going to be really, really strong. People who can play Astro on Abyss are going to be really, really strong on this map. And so we see Twirly locking in the Astra with the rest of the comp being, from what I believe to be, going to be the same. And I believe actually there's a new player coming for Astra as well. It's Delbisky? I've not seen this player before.
Yeah, seems to be a new entry here for Asterisk women. If this is what turns it around for them, sure, go for it. Sirens, on the other hand, going to be going for the same lineup. We see the Breach, the Omen, Jet, Sova, and the Cypher, which, of course, interestingly enough, on Abyss, we're going to have to see how it works out. But for Asterisk, they still have one more pick to lock in. Now they're just waiting to see which one it's going to be. But again, Asterisk woman, I do wonder, with this new entry of Delbisky, I don't know how to butcher it in any other way, going to be also on the Jet. So, interestingly enough, it's going to be Twirly now off of that duelist.
Yeah, a new appearance coming in, a new face, and more often than not, when you make your first appearances in tournaments, it's going to be an exciting showing. More often than not, they like to come in and pop off when it matters here. And I'm quite surprised to see Delbisky in when I already thought that Asterisk had their full roster in. Last time they played this, they had a player by the name of Elu coming in as their main duelist player, and that was where they were really dominant up against Sirens, aside from obviously their loss on Lotus, right? But this time with no Elu coming in, it's going to be Delbisky instead. And not seeing her on the duelist, not seeing her before is going to be really interesting to see. I'm wondering if it's going to be a similar playstyle to Elu, where she's very aggressive, very willing to take those bold angles and get out after getting her one, or if it's going to be a different type of style that may be more fitting for Asterisk coming in here. Aside from that, though, the rest of the roster is honestly pretty much similar. Ven coming in on that Cypher instead of Amy on the Cypher, who was there before. So we are not seeing Amy in this lineup, and we're not seeing Elu come in from last series either. So there's a two members subbed out from the last series of maps that we've seen from Asterisk. And we're getting into Abyss now. This is Sirens' chance to take us to map 5. And they've looked really, really good on Haven. With Abyss being new territory, I wonder how things will change.
Spike planted.
Twirly out from behind, supported by many, but it's going to be side presence from Sirens that's simply overwhelming in the moment. On Heaven, but you got to be tracking
one enemy remaining.
Until Delbisky, Meow, they're supporting the back lines, taking over and leaving it down to Yumiko, who can't face anything but certain death. Of course, with Asterisk starting on the defense, and Sirens on the attack. We said this is an attacker-sided map. Sirens need to make the most of the rounds.
No doubt, unfortunately, the Sirens not able to lock in the post part, and that's courtesy of the two-person flank coming in from Delbisky and Meow, who just together just peeked out and caught out anybody who was already playing post on that area, right? Around Danger, around top of Nest, and that ended up just being a bit of a scary pincer play, right? having not only be unable to fight anywhere down from your post-part spot, but then being caught out by the ones peeking you from spawn and CT and heaven, it makes for a bit of a difficult scenario, a bit of a difficult conundrum on what you prioritize. And I think Sirens were just not really prepared for it. So that rapid mid-rounding backfires quite a bit here. And so that pistol round being done for Asterisk is going to be a huge start for them. Like I said, this is really attacker-sided. When you get your plant down, you have a massive room to just lock down the post-plant section and just spam things down, get it through without worrying about anybody becoming a threat, really. Flooding sites is a bit needless when you're heavy close on a base. Approach. This is massively aggressive already.
Yes, it is. Sirens haven't even considered it since B's working just quite finely, and the double swing in the back lines is going to be working for one. Casper good enough to come in for the finish on him, but that's, I think, about as far as it's going to be extending out to, because Sirens haven't gotten the spike out, so now they're going to be going for a half-through mid-rotation, finding themselves on it quite quickly. And it seems like the two players from Asterisk women haven't necessarily caught on to it, slowly getting around, but a bit too late to deny the plant.
Spike planted.
There it goes.
Standing ahead.
One enemy remaining.
Asterisk, it's gonna be a grid round for Sirens here. Riventor will just cleanly get those two. Well, somehow this works. The massive 5-man rush was not expected from Asterisk.
Spike planted.
It backfires horribly. A genuinely good
Standing ahead.
Sirens to end it out.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, they expected the double flank to come around again, so they insisted. Not going to be sticking around backside trying to punish them for it. Just going to be fully focusing our attention onto the front lines. But hey, in general, Sirens able to nicely have an 1-to-1 for Asterisk.
Wholesome celebration from Ravenclaw after getting the 4K thrifty. Love to see it on the cameras. It's a slow change of pace. That's quickly made, but quickly taken care of, courtesy of the Stego from Betrayer. Blooding them with bullets. Now managing to maybe another with this fight, but can't land it. As it's to be the next target again here for Sirens.
Last player standing.
Oh, ooh, missed shots from the Sheriff once more. Seeming like Asterisk are going to be able to
Spike planted.
win this one out. As with the spike now planted, you know the deal. It's a 4v1, Casper. You have it in the bag, don't you? It's an easy 1v4 post plant. You know, it happens all the time, right? No, it absolutely does not. So, now trying to play the time game, lock down anyone, not even going to bother with utility, but pure gun skill. One of the players is also extremely low, so you could definitely put the onto the Omen with the shock dart alone. Going in for the information, Recon quickly shut down, head tap one find its mark, and Casper just trying to go for that little bits of tag and play. And in return, swing out from the left, you're crossed out from both sides, and Sirens are able to clutch it out.
2-1 for Sirens. After getting that conversion off of the thrifty coming in, it's a nice 2 rounds for them. To get into round 4, the first potential gun run that we're going to be seeing here from both teams. Asterisk look to either even out the playing field, excuse me, or for Sirens to gain this lead further and further. I mean, the Stinger somehow being a huge pain in the backside for these guys. It's up to Asterisk to shut this down, to stop the to thwart it.
Bisky looking for first contact, but it won't be given up so easily. Sirens are still waiting in the back. Trying to set themselves up nicely, see what's the best course of action, because as aggressive as Asterisk have been till now, it seems that Sirens want to adapt and overcome this pushing forward playstyle. What better way to do it than with a breach with a bot line to set them back for a moment? The Sirens playing against all the Asterisk, who also have much more than just utility for guns in hands. Unable to find it. It will be the Hunter's Fury, though, starting off the charge. And the first kill here in the favor of Asterisk.
That's played out. Exchanges of Hunter's Furies not going in any team's way. Then
Tripwire destroyed.
Surely aware now with the trip broken. Presence made at least guaranteed to be 2 there on the site. Shreya out on main with the spike in her hand. maybe wait
30
for it to
seconds left.
rotate to pinch in, because as she plants down, it's going to be a rapid pincer. And I think Asterisk are taking their time, and rightfully so for this one. When you have numbers advantage, once the plant's down, you can have a general idea of where everybody is, especially taking down
Spike
that luck
planted.
from Ravenclaw. It's a Delbisky on this really long flank here.
Scanning ahead.
Surely now with that bingo faster in Natural somehow get those 2 kills. You can't get away with that. Delbisky can't get one either. What is happening here?
Nowhere to run!
Immense here from Natural. How on earth is she getting away with the shenanigans, man? It can't be allowed. It truly can't. It's a 2-on-2.
Last resort.
One enemy
Trying to
remaining.
get the smoke out. Shreya with a spray. The last one's going to be random shot. Mao was very close to sticking it through, but just a single bullet from Shreya able to finish the job. What can we say? Hello just knows ball.
Speechless. I'm speechless. Natural, what amazing shots being placed there. That is insane. And then Delbisky off the flank, just, you know, being unaware, just not landing the shots when it's seriously counted. Maybe the pressure fresh off the nerves. Needing a little bit more time to cook her confidence in the oven before managing to lock it in. But a devastating loss there for Asterisk. They lost, I believe that was a 2v5 or 2v4. Natural can take it down early. Now the big threat of the Sova from last round is not going to be an issue. And I think they won the time double, but I think Sirens are playing this right by juggling it away.
Wait a minute. They do seem to be kind of locked down at the moment, a bit suppressed. And sent back right to spawn. Sirens off the square one. Trying to regather what they can work off of, but no recyclage is going to be shown just yet. They're baiting out the drone and it doesn't spot anyone. Delipsky's going to be walking right into it, but still has more than plenty of intel getting away with the shorty. I think not Ravenclaw going to be able to just catch him off guard. And now as Ravenclaw is climbing up this slope, able to find seconds. Do we go for a second chance? No, it's Yumiko taking it up a notch. Sirens have found themselves the
Spike
lever.
planted.
What is
Last
back
player
but
standing.
is that enough? Simply will not stand for it. Nicole able to shut it down just then and there. Neural theft, and you are spotted. Just waiting to be caught hook, line, and sinker then. The last resort of Asterisk women, but not enough to withstand Sirens' pressure. Fourth round is theirs to claim.
Asterisk just aren't winning their gunfights. It really just feels like they're not able to land it anymore. Like you're watching, first off, that peek from Delbisky, really risky and really greedy when you don't have to be peeking that deep. You can just go back sight and jiggle peek, and that's all the info that you need. You don't need to be so far up. A big error there from the jet of Asterisk there. And on top of that, I mean, okay, big credit where credit's due. That shot from Ravenclaw dashing up was massive. Really well played. And then afterwards, you had a often quite reckless peek from, I believe, Nicole or Yumiko back up after Ravenclaw already dropped down, where it seemed like she was kind of a sitting duck, but somehow managed to still win that round, which is a unfortunate error that right? And again, it's the same deal where like these individuals are just somehow awoken again. I don't know how this has happened, but it is, and it's working out for Sirens. They want to go map 5. They're hungry for it. They see the
Cage
potential.
triggered.
A solo ult. The Armageddon sent towards B main.
Just missed it as well.
So no value from it. And I mean, Sirens are just taking this step by step, right? They don't feel the need to be in a rush. Yumiko could be in a quick confrontation
down.
with one of the Asterisk women players, climbing up, just one on vents. Long as well, both being held. Not a single clue about the Cypher's whereabouts. Sirens are now starting to take initiative. Maybe go for one deal, but the rest is going to be down mid-side. Yumiko's cut-off potential will no longer stand.
30 seconds left.
From Sirens are looking to make up for it, and Nicole's good on the job. They're looking to climb down, will not get denied. Asterisk women a bit late to the party, but still good enough to put on their hats and play into it. Oh, what a shot from Delipsky.
Casper, not Previev. Close to Cole.
One enemy remaining.
Down was so low. Just thankfully gets away with it, and Delbisky will finish off the Cole. It's going to be the defuse. But definitely by a surprisingly close margin. Wasn't expecting it to be that close. Usually operating on a base is a huge power tool out there. And it felt like when Twirly just kind of walked out alone and isolated herself as a free picking for Nicole, it looked like it could have been over. And not having smoke for post plant is really, really hard, especially knowing that Sirens don't have an Astra themselves. You could have used that to your advantage by using that Astra util. And Twirly just kind of going out like a lurking duelist is almost the death of them. But thankfully, Dalbisky and Casper will figure it out and thankfully close it.
Nicely finish the chapter, and on to the next round, we digress. So smoke there from the Astra, just giving Asterisk women a bit more time to work with, but of course Sirens have some more up their own sleeve. The drone won't be necessarily able to find the exact location of where Whirly might stand. We do have the Astral to just put up a big barrier between the two, but there's only 2 players on A transition. The rest is shortly coming around. This shot, Ravenclaw is able to execute off of it, and with the rest nicely following, it will be a bloodbath here on A site. Now in a 2v3, Sirens definitely hold the advantage, not only time, but fire-wise as well. Oh, Pixel. For a moment, Dalbisky can find greatness off of it. No one seems to be beating a teleport from Shreya. Maybe a bit of a bait. It was all within the plan. Trust in the vision of Ravenclaw getting that refrag. And as Neural Theft now has location information on both these two. Details are passed on, but you're crossed out and not sure what you want to take first. Low HP, good enough for the body. Going for a tap, trying to bait out the final. But through bridge, they won't find the location will be revealed, but it simply won't stand through as Ven. High ground given, and another round to Asterisk women.
Clean clutch from Ven. Finding ways to isolate the 1v1s. That TP was straight. I think I knew the plan of that initially, right? You have that smoke up just behind them, and I don't think she was fully aware that they were already moved up. So that was maybe the error that
One enemy remaining.
A small mistake of trying to be a bit lucky, but even then, a bit too obvious of a play. I think the Asterisk got really easy to read. But courtesy of the trade from Ravenclaw, things were made really, really close. Had she not have been really low already, things could have been different. But well played from Ven to reposition round and catch them out when it really mattered there.
2-4 now. Again, similarly after one Haven, catching up to Sirens. Going a bit too close and personal. It's going to be dropping the op as well. Player down, and Sirens are now looking for an easy entry onto site. But like previously, they don't feel the need to run. The op is going through. Of course, site advantage is also for Sirens to get themselves on the back line. Still seeking out information, and the rest of the players look to catch up. There's the live trackers coming out. The Hunter Fury will not be finding its mark and return. Maybe a bit of damage to the enemy team. About to slap on the wrist as, of course, Rolling Thunder out. And now Sirens take control. Can they play to it?
I can't use that.
So threatening. Using some scary warning smoke. Don't work out. Yumiko and Ravenclaw together will catch out.
Last player standing.
It's all up to Casper with a lone operator.
Silence.
And she picks up the Vandal. Wake up to Ravenclaw, but can't get the special for the transfer. You know, Puffer, if I speak, I'm big suspend 6 months, but I have to say I'm not sure I agree with Dalbisky being completely alone and running up B long with just an operator. I feel like the lack of support is just too evident to not go for a play that reckless, and it ends up backfiring massively because now they could have used an attack op if they chose to do so, and they also had an operator for free on post on Abyss. An operator for post on Abyss is massive, so thank goodness, you know, thank goodness they don't have that op for attack now. But had Asterisk had a slight better skirmish, it could have been cooked.
Could have been cooked. It could have been a real deal to be made out of it. And Sirens just a smoke, a dash. They get side. It doesn't seem like Asterisk want to contest it too much. They're going to be necessarily charging it on through. You know, you have 4 or 5 sheriffs. They're going to be going in with a group effort to say the least, but Merciless Storms are going to be finding them catching one off guard yet again, turning them back to your enemies. We've seen that a lot here from Asterisk women, and they do it once more. But they need to find a push. Otherwise, it's already a round over, and a single tap by Twirly going to be able to convert it. It seems like Asterisk are still in this, picking up an upgrade. Yet again, the Vandal will be for one of these players to claim a second one as well, but 2 have already fallen for Sirens. And now the Astral is there. The Merciless Storm, I'm telling you about it.
One enemy
Sirens,
remaining.
only one
My
to
ult is
offer.
ready.
It will be now. It's in the smoke. Doesn't have the information, and it's thrifty for Asterisk. Twirly even finishing the job. Now one behind Sirens.
My eyes are down.
Honestly, a great diversion. A great diversion of the fight coming in, right? All of the content being there.
Last player standing.
And then the rest of
One
Sirens
enemy
really
remaining.
started
My ult is
fighting back
ready.
here. Natural with two.
Thrifty.
But because of that, oh my god, the cosmic divide from Twirly, that's part of what makes Astra so good, is that divide where you can't really hear a lot of noise. You can hear a tiny noise on the diffuse, but you have to have an eye for it if you're not enveloped in the chaos there. Accidentally back could be a problem there. May not be able to be as comfortable up in the game, but might have to just naturally get onto the main default site. Delbisky, that's solid. Kind of just get that clean peek out if they end up going in, but not this time.
Bit risky. Very strong. Delbisky again, looking to peek and find any early confrontation. Of course, it's not a bad thought to have. A leverage here would be great, but you can't put yourself at risk too much. Of course, Sirens have caught onto that line as time went on. But all of them pushed back again. No one's going to be contesting the smoke. We just kind of have to wait it out and accept that it's there. Sirens are waiting for the moment to strike back. They haven't been extending too much of their utility up until now. They're going to be starting it off, but Casper's early shot out to Raven. Get up a couple of new opportunities. Delbisky just straight three down. They lined up nicely, and there's the strike. As only one remains. Humico midside will be a victim. A single tap between the eyes of Ven. Doesn't hold the spike. Has 30 seconds and 4 players to clear out. No
30
chances,
seconds
and
left.
Delbisky being the big bad wolf.
That's the redemption I'm looking for from Delbisky. Making it worth it. The 3-piece spray down as they walk out through the smoke on A, sorry, hoping to finish off the push. Confirm the exec. Not this time. As Yumiko is going to be forced to save.
10 seconds left.
It's going to be the round converted here for Asterisk. Purely courtesy of that spray from Delbisky. Keeping herself disciplined too. She was on top of A main, top of A box, waiting to see if he can grab an early pick. But the moment she gets scouted, she immediately backs away and keeps herself safe. She repositions herself into a much better position. Even if she will stand wide the
Enemy remaining.
she still manages
Spike
to get a
down
clean
A.
in and holds her ground when it really counts.
Good shot from Yumiko, though. Nice little tertiary kill at the very end. Although, Asterisk woman, considering on the defense, this is a really good half for them currently. And they're still keeping Sirens at bay to a certain degree, considering their eco is now slowly crumbling apart. They're still going for some of these questionable buys. I do believe I saw a judge on someone. I'm wondering, but I only wonder what it's going to be dealing in this round.
Comes the drone here. Up through this. Very square attempting to have a bit of an unorthodox attack. Yeah, this is though scarier here. The drone being popped. Obscura being thrown out so close there. Casper will punish Ravenclaw for a hubris here. And she's going to be punished quickly by Meow. You've got Natural as well, trying to fight back, Stinger in hand. The punch down
Spike
for
planted.
Sirens. Delbisky onto Yumiko. Close towards combat.
One
now.
enemy
Avoiding
remaining.
Asterisk. You fight those long-range tight lines, and that's how you win it. Casper with 3. It's another diffuse, flawless round for Asterisk.
Wait to spread the message. Triple back-to-back, and all of a sudden, seems like Sirens are now going to be off on the point of no return. 6-5, one more round to go for it. Either we have an IQ and even out split, or of course Asterisk
Spike
women,
planted.
which are playing currently for the winning half of the 7-5.
One enemy remaining.
Look at him, the instant head tap is the second one out to Shreya. Phenomenal. What a caveat to hand down to Sirens. With now the final round of the first half, we're going to see a lot more ultimates from Sirens, and hopefully the Hunter's Fury is going to do its work.
The amount of trust that Casper's put into our own spray pattern is crazy. How quick that transfer was after that stray bullet lands on Shreya is fantastic. 17-9 at the moment is Casper right now. Reminiscent of her amazing performance on Haven last series against Sirens, where they won 13-2.
Nowhere
Well, that's going to be a flip today. Seems like Casper's still looking to be the boogeyman of this series. And after being hunted down by Natural, will survive with her life. Still tagged once though, so that's a bit of armor and some health taken out of the picture early.
We going mid. The main attraction here in Delbisky with a starstruck
yes,
right
well
onto him. That's your Cypher gone.
With that
Meanwhile,
obscuring
though,
vision.
again, they just play it safe here. As for Sirens, one of the players is that. They'll basically just walk it in. Oh no, it's going to be Ravenclaw. But finding two interception, that's going to be great, although not expecting the first player to find you, and catch you off guard so quickly. Little Shreya still keeping it within the bounds of possibilities.
4 HP.
As the ult and teleport. And that's in the plan. Yes, there is. Not from the shadows, but one here.
Confirm is in.
Hits it.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
And with that secured, the post. Although she's 4 HP, anything unorthodox could be ginormous here if she times it just right. Both of them creeping down. Oh, she's spotted! 4 HP and
One
a
enemy
she
remaining.
needs to find the right fight, and somehow Delbisky will fall. There is no world. Surely you try and just at least guarantee the half. Stick. No stick. No stick coming in. Freya's one, and that will be the conversion from Ven. 7-5 for Asterisk. A good half, especially knowing what you have in the bag for your attack
Switching
side.
sides.
Close. Really close. That was well played. Honestly, with 4 HP, and even being spotted out on Haven, 2 players locking you down, but not a single one of them hitting a bullet that was needed. A singular bullet. Crazy stuff. In the end, though, Asterisk are able to overtake the score from Sirens. And now heading on to the attacking side, they're looking towards a bit of a brighter future, but yet again, this is a pistol round. This can go either way, and Sirens can still find an equalization within the following 2.
Casper 18 and 10, Ravenclaw 14 and 11. 2 big players to look out for on both teams. I wonder what the agreement exactly for Asterisk is going to be. You've got Astra putting up some early control smokes. One fake pullback and the other being a smoke out to prevent a zipline cross or anyone holding out from back mid. It's just Shreya alone, looking to try and make contact off of this trip, it looks like.
Here.
Double lookup seems a bit hesitant to fully commit. Shreya on the TP.
Here.
Maybe faking presence off that cross CT.
Ooh.
Oh, the shock misses. Doesn't break the trip, they don't hear the sound cue of the miss.
Yeah, the tripwire here might be able to bring him down, though. This is the information that they need, because Asterisk women haven't revealed themselves just yet, but Yumiko getting off the couch just at the wrong time! Hyper Cage is out. I think it was the sound cue that gave it away. Huge potential, though, was given away, and Ravenclaw going out for a huge flank. Starting off, Kofi being turned red. It's swirling with one, swirling on the receiving end, and Yumiko's handling business on site. Then from the backstab, Line's going down. Sirens have made breaks through mid. Now even trying to even go for this double flank, but yet again, Asterisk women clearly hold the high ground on it, but Nicole up from above. Casper returns it quickly, but it's going to be the tripwire dealing a bit more of an annoying sentiment.
One enemy remaining.
Then picking up from above, that's going to be a headshot, and only one more to remain. Nicole knows about the Cypher, no clue about the Silver, looking right around the corner. You go for the util game, but it's bullets that matter more. It's an 8-5 here. Asterisk pick it up on the attack the second they get there.
Looked a little dicey for a second. You had Yumiko getting that good pick, and the 2 kills there. Had she had a chance to get back away and back with her teammate in heaven on the Omen, could have changed massively. You had also a big timing there from Ven, that where she just by a split second just gets missed on the cam. But because she thinks she got spotted, she backed away and made noise, and that made Yumiko turn. And that was where the crunch was like guaranteed. Imagine if she was caught and it gave free state here for Asterisk. It's going to be the way cleaner attack, but this time they're looking to really get a pick here. They're creeping up from B main with several members of Sirens fighting. Then not stuck there somehow, and all this information is effectively going to clearly give Asterisk a full point on A. It's just up to Ven to try and grab one, but she can't do it, and so the sight on A is free light here for Asterisk. With the Astra still intact and the Sophie util and the Tail util, this is going to be very, very clean to finish off. But it seems like instead Asterisk are opting in to go for a more aggressive approach.
Now Sirens wondering, was it worth it taking out a player for us to give away sight? Normally, not necessarily, not even a single bit, but do they still try and fight back against it? They're definitely being hasty about it. Coming in from the midpoint as well. We do have one on Vance. Gotta be careful with Delbisky knows about the whereabouts of Ravenclaw. able to find the first. And everything is locked down. Any type of entry here is going to go quickly punished. Swirly just into the smoke and missing by the Cypher. Sirens have now one on site. Nano Rahel able to find Swirly. In return, but yeah, time is running out. I mean, you get the kills, you get a good amount of economical damage. But the round has been given over to Asterisk women. Although, we gotta give it to them. With pistols, they gave hell.
Yeah, they really give it a chance with Sirens. They, honestly, Sirens just look so sharp this series, like, individually. Like, granted, they have a few better synergized team moments that I'm spotting now, especially on Haven, where it's a lot more clear how well they are playing around Ravenclaw's aggression. But Ravenclaw, in general, is just really hitting shots right now. I don't know how she does it. She's hurt today. But even then, unfortunately, with the efforts that they're putting down, the weaponry was the limit here for Sirens, as Asterisk will get to 9. I think this comp on Abyss is just so oppressive. And Ravenclaw seems to doing what she does best, creeping up A long again, but she's disciplined this time.
Yep.
She's learning to take it a bit slower and not going alone, because you see Teho here and Meow kind of just waiting her out, maybe expecting her to peek out. Not this time.
Unless the thing is, right? Players wait for moments to strike. Ravenclaw makes those moments.
What? Not anymore.
This time, why did I open my mouth? Oh,
I was about to say. At least that was a trade. At least that was a trade.
At the bare minimum, right? But Asterisk aren't being nearly as aggressive as they haven't been in the past. They're still sticking around their own spawn now.
Deploying drones.
A, but information from the Salva is just otherworldly when it comes down to any map, Abyss specifically. And Sirens, they're kind of second guessing themselves. The rest of the players are, we have 3 on A, but they're thinking it could have been a fake, but they're just going to stick around and see what happens.
30 seconds left.
Scanning ahead. Found them.
Spike down A.
Just so well played from Twali. Natural Valal is surgical with these shots here. Back to back, one tap. Maybe not catching out Twali's cross though.
I have this spike.
Sting this back. It's 12 seconds left. There's not a lot of time.
10 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
These two being
Spike
so
down
faster.
A.
It's Natural's turn.
Give her the ace.
Give her the ace. Let it happen, man. Let it happen. Oh, unfortunately, no ace, but still a great round from Sirens, running down the clock and using the story so that they can use to their best of use.
Yeah, the remnants of Asterisk just walking in blindly into the flashes, into the flames, and Sirens were able to nicely burn them to the ground. So that's a round back. Asterisk still do hold the lead, though. And again, it's going to be that catch-up game. But in general, if we can take a look, yeah, I was just about to say, I don't like the disparity. Look at Casper and Dobisky. There's 10 kills apart from them. It seems like this is a bit more of a one-woman leads when it comes down to who's carrying the team, and it is a team effort, how Asterisk have been doing. But Casper is definitely more outstanding than ever.
Aggressive on that take. Throwing a few warning shots, but backing away a little bit.
Camera taken out. Cage trigger.
Reveals all information needed, all intentions shown. Darkness revealed. Now we'll be able to get that spike down with no casualties here for Asterisk. I think this is exactly what you really want, but do be careful because Sirens being a full roster with some of the uses that they have is definitely scary, but they are burning some of it now. That paranoia being thrown in is massive. Massive use being thrown away. Best ability in the game out of the picture early here on this protocol. Drone being thrown, reveals 2, suppresses them too. That breach will be stalled out quite a bit. As the tap. Off. Ravenclaw moves up. Delphisi none the wiser here. As more and more users are being thrown, the blood of the fuse from Natural is sticking, and they've overwhelmed themselves, but somehow the missiles survive! And it works out! Asterisk just barely get away with that! How on God's green earth did that happen?
Sirens had the right idea, but they had the right idea. They went in with a flash, they pushed the enemies back, but meanwhile, while 2 were crunched up into a corner, blinded, and without much hope, Mateo came through fruition. Meow just sent the 2 missiles on site as a last resort, and a second before it was locked out by Sirens, they hit the mark They finished it out. Sirens wanted to stick it because they thought they had the time, but the util came faster than expected. And double digits for Asterisk women, and a fashionable way to end it out.
Not the Ravenclaw Classic.
Not like this.
Not the Ravenclaw Classic. It's the Ravenclaw Classic.
Asterisk.
Never mind.
Spike down A.
Massive value from the Ravenclaw Classic. This time, it succeeds. She gets 2 picks with the Sheriff. That's massive for Sirens. What on earth?
Hey,
Ben's luck up as well was massive here. Somehow no trips have caught her out.
I think Ben's got a bit lost.
Maybe Yumiko already kind of knew and had to back away from the pressure. Ven's timing here is massive. They don't catch her? Sheriff in hand?
Spike planted.
Devastating damage.
Up with the van. Up with the van. Behind the enemy lines of sight. Behind
No
2-3.
way.
On heaven doesn't see the smoke player.
Oh,
This is the shot.
no!
This is
Last
how
player
it
standing.
ends. Yumiko.
It's how it ends.
That's
It's
so
over.
for Sirens in the last one. Who is actually in the back line.
Oh.
Now spotted a single tap between the eyes. Yumiko follow through. Outnumbered, overpressured. And Sirens are able to play without
Thrifty.
such potential.
They
I
sacrificed for
sympathize
nothing.
with Ben. Breach's head is the most annoying to one-tap with a Sheriff. I don't blame you at all.
Blame the Breach.
Breach's shoulders are so big, it makes his head look like a tic-tac. I completely get it. I completely sympathize. Oh, poor Ben. He was so close to landing the perfect tag shot there, but it doesn't happen. It doesn't work out. There will be a timeout called from Sirens.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's going to be a pivot in strategy here.
I wouldn't be surprised if Asterisk ended up calling the timeout. After those plays, I would need a mental moment here, especially for Van. RIP. Will be missed with that play. But Sirens, they got themselves around, right? And now they're looking to continue it further. So what Sirens have been really good at doing is pushing forward. While Asterisk, on the other hand, have been the complete yin of the yang, because they've been holding back. They haven't been as aggressive as they firstly showed to be on this map. At the beginning, they completely rushed it down into sight, but the playstyle has now kind of flipped as they're playing a lot more passive, waiting for Sirens to step into them. And we saw that perfectly from, who was it already? Claw. I always forget the first part of the name. Yes, Ravenclaw, thank you. Ravenclaw stepped into them, got a double kill, right? But the initial plan from Asterisk here is just to hold back and wait for the aggression so they can punish it.
There's timeout effect things here for Sirens. Usually these timeouts are more so made. Oh my goodness, Ravenclaw, you did not just do that and get away with it. This time with superior support, that's how you run it down B May with an operator.
Blocking
That's
sight.
really how you do it. The blade's on the tag for Ravenclaw. She can now use this for a perfect here from Yumiko! And it's excellent!
One enemy
Take it
remaining.
down! And it's
Spike down
Natural
A.
with the next. And no Asterisk collapsing. There's nothing really else they can do with this.
Flawless.
Ravenclaw will just close it out with the flawless. Wow. That is solid. I mean, the scan plus the trips, just giving that info. That's why Sora on Abyss is so strong. That specific scenario, like, it's just so threatening and so difficult to deal with. Smoking Heaven's a huge double-edged sword because it's just low enough to where you can still easily take fights from up there without it being too much of a exposing position, especially with the smokes up.
I got the
Saw
spike.
that in action, but Asterisk now going to be able to fight
Spike
back
drop.
a bit more. Earlier on, Sheriffs weren't able to do the so-called Ravenclaw Classic, but now a bit more stacked. Not sure how well, just taking random shots through the smoke, hoping to find
flight.
someone on guard. Was really close to it. But again, what Asterisk women have that Sirens don't is 5 ultimates. And as some of these players are completely stacked up their damage onto 2, but the last shot of the Hunter's Fury going to be right between them. Now Asterisk women see a bit of an opening. It's just up to them to execute after this.
Natural just dealt some scary damage to 2 members there of Asterisk,
Right here.
including one of a huge value in
Revealing
entry for
area.
Delvisky.
Go ahead. Stand your ground.
Again, drawing out the force Yumiko off of heaven. And that's going to be the guaranteed execute with the trip.
Spike
It's
down
just
A.
perfect. Natural will pounce when it matters.
Where is everyone?
So with 2 members down, it's just nothing really twirly. Anyone in that rotation will do
Last
something
player
like
standing.
Casper, but it won't happen. It's going to be Sirens to be close to evening out the playing field here as it goes 10 to 9.
What do you say, drone? Ready to stretch
The more
your
we think
wings?
about it, the more it's plausible the Sirens are actually looking to commit a reverse sweep. Again, the first 2 maps, not as much, but after Haven, it's been all converted on its head. Sirens have been delivering a lot more of a promising performance going into this one, and yet again, Asterisk women are just going to be back down onto worse guns, looking to find a miracle play to maybe find some of these head taps with the Sheriffs, pick up the better guns, and maybe Ravenclaw does
Get out of my way!
there's a jet play. There's a usual Dobisky pushes forward and gets themselves killed, but I doubt we're going to be seeing this.
No, this angle is the angle that you go for. Oh, it's still being put out. Excellent.
Here.
Checking off that trip. Yeah, Ravenclaw's position here is much better than
Spike down.
Bisky has not been accounted for on the flank, and somehow it's not been communicated from Sirens. The Bisky's gone in rent-free. Besides free real estate for her, she just runs it down. The moment the trip is clipped off, there's no comms about the potential flank through. Somehow, and that's been a huge backfiring now. Sirens in trouble. Gone in for Asterisk. When it seemed like there was an advantage, now things are in big jeopardy. It's up to these 3. Yumiko, Nicole, Natural. What do you have here?
Tyranny over the sights. Sirens are now looking to push them back once more. They did this earlier. It didn't work out the best because Utility's still in the game, and Dobisky, even when blinded, finds success onto
enemy
Nicole. There's a
remaining.
second one coming on. Yes, it will be the quad now, seeking out
Ace?
for the ace. Give it to Dobisky.
Give it to
Finding
her.
it. Push forward. The daggers are looking to try to
Yes.
block it. Dobisky finds it. 11 to 9. Asterisk now working off of the plays from Dobisky to find succession once more. They still need another one to clutch it out towards match point, while Sirens are falling behind what it seems like yet again.
I think the financials are a big question mark too. I'm worried for Sirens Puffer. They've put up such a good fight in this map. This is some good Valorant we're seeing from these guys. You know, when we compare them to how they played last time in upper quarterfinals, their first meeting, it was different. Asterisk felt like the team we expected. Sirens did not feel the same at all, but now it really feels like they just evolved so much here. Ravenclaw's adapted into a duelist role, picking the agents that she's much more confident with, playing it so much better. But Asterisk are still here to play. They're the top Game Changers team in South Asia for a reason. Ravenclaw and Sirens are looking to try and take down Juggernauts here. Bisky on this early push, backfiring massively here. And so
Watch it, find it!
account. Out comes the Cosmic Divide. Operator just misses on Destroyer.
Spike
And
planted.
Ravenclaw taking an audacious swing here. Courtesy of that smoke makes it a bit safer for her, but still, Natural is the one to really be looking out for here. Walking up nest. Oh, the trip broken. Yumiko breaking the silence.
I know
The bite
exactly
then
where
with
you
one.
are.
Is she very off the next? Now that no, yes she is. Out comes the Hunter's Fury. Nicole runs down, taking matters into her own hands, and the Hunter's Fury is taken away. Out comes the Rolling Thunder, and Shreya will take it all for free. It's double digits for Sirens.
They're not out of the count just yet. You can always make sure that Sirens are going to be kept within this game. And now, Asterisk women, another question mark for their own economy standards. Sirens are getting dangerously close once more. This round was just very hectic, but in the end, it was the Comic Divide making it even more interesting. Coming out with the op, backed up by the Omen, it gave a lot of comfort to Ravenclaw to push forward and take this initiation, but how well controlled the movement from Sirens was onto Asterisk's
Without
side,
a stop,
which
I
is
cannot.
phenomenal. They kept them at one point that they
Taking
just
that
moved
back.
them around again with the Rolling Thunder, with the fault line, all backed off into lines of sight for Sirens to claim, but now to the next round. This one's going to matter most because it's either match point or Sirens might be able to finish it.
Deploying drone.
Two more bust here for Sirens. Okay, get scanned out, but everyone's playing this really cautiously. Yumiko choosing to stay anchored on the back of site instead of that.
My camera is
the mid
destroyed.
area. Now being broken, she's looking to maybe make some contact here. Cypher on Cypher action, maybe mid on the B site here, but Ravenclaw and this operator through mid is being pressured. She sees a tiny gap if Twirly moves a step too far out! Almost goes horribly wrong.
Here.
Ravenclaw so close to Dalbisky. Not expecting the swing, she is! She's got the flick down!
No hard
And so the scan! The stun is perfectly executed from Nicole, as Yumiko will punish Meow for a human as well.
One dead.
Back and forth battle, Yumiko holding the site
Last
clear. It's
player
up to
standing.
Twirly. Oftentimes the star shooter.
30 seconds
not
left.
this time. Two members really low HP, still winnable for counter. Find the right angles, but not this time. It's Ravenclaw with the Sheriff to get the third kill. Excellently covered here from Asterisk. That Greek stun onto Meow after that confirm of the two members pushing in is exactly what I would expect a top team to do. Sirens are looking like actual contenders in this series now.
A lot more than they did in map 1. It's just such a shame that they couldn't have kicked off with this type of performance. But they're doing it now when it matters most. And at 11-11, Asterisk now feel the need to put it out to a timeout. I do wonder how much money they actually have to back up their own buy, because either they save here and go for the next one, trying to secure overtime, or they're going to be looking to close it out here and now. Both teams have the same counts. They have the same position. It's just that Sirens have been looking a lot more dominant recently. Some of their play is just phenomenal. Again, backing off, sneaking past Asterisk is what Sirens have been surprisingly good at. But hey, let's see how much more times can they do it.
I can only imagine how excited Sirens are right now to be in the position that they're in. The amount of energy in their comms. I can only imagine. These guys are having a blast, but they're also playing their hearts out, and I love it. You know, a big underdog story in this tournament. Off of what's unfortunately otherwise been not the most deep and intricate tournament. Could see a really good grand final closer. Unfortunately, Asterisk have their own story to write. Ravenclaw will fall first. Dalbisky looking for the aggro, but we call it the stun.
Spike
Backed up
down
from Nicole.
A.
We'll get them 3. Numbers from Asterisk. Now down. Twirly with the stinger. Positioned against Twirly. Somehow this paranoia just barely thwarts her back, but not enough to not re-swing.
Last player
And so
standing.
Nicole looking to swing out. Not this time, Ven. Grabbing it with the Sheriff. Another thrifty on the cards for Asterisk. It's just Yumiko, who is spotted out by the cam. If she gets one, she has pressure. She can use her neural theft to find out exactly where the last one is at just the right time. Spike is now planted. Time against Thrifty. So unluckily, and the Thrifty converted for Asterisk. 1 round away, and
Match
they are
point.
your Ascend Empresses. 1 more round.
Attempting to slip on by.
So close as well. She just
But you're caught by timing.
Further.
It's an instant put down. Well attempted by Yumiko, but you're taking a risk, a large one at that. And it's either that or you play it slow, take out the trip one way or another, it gets spotted later on, and with so many smokes all around the map, there's not much you can do. Like you said, this is gonna be series point on play for Asterisk women. They either finish it out now or Sirens get to keep themselves alive. 1:30 to decide it.
Camera taken out.
So high here. Sirens usually seem the ones to have fun, but when they see themselves as capable, they are laser focused here. Ravenclaw looking to get a pick, can't do it. Pulls the Dalbisky. One of the sharpest tools in the shed for Sirens out early in this round.
Eventually,
Overtime.
Asterisk pushed up, they got themselves a kill. But it's Sirens looking for a trade back. It's a really slow, meticulous approach towards A, not giving off a single sign that they're even there. But it seemed the expectancy from Siren two players on it with smoke and perfect timing as well. They're expecting it.
Blocking sight.
All five
Scanning ahead.
coming together. Sirens looking for the timing to work it out. Natural with a scan of a lifetime.
Spike
Takes down
planted.
the Duelist and throws out Hunter's Fury as an extra measure to finish it off, but can't land it. Can't find the ones.
Trust. Backed. Smoked. You name it. Head tap. But it won't matter.
player
Lily returns and count from the other on three.
It's over.
And he makes
Attackers
for
win.
Asterisk women. Grand finals.
Planted.
And you're sending Empress Cup winners. 13-11. In regulation, just barely, but very good at their teeth. Although with a great effort in the final moments. Close it out.
Last player standing. Team Ace.
Asterisk had
Attackers win.
seemingly an indomitable look to them throughout this entire tournament. They looked absolutely unstoppable. On the other two maps, aside from Lotus, they completely dismantled Sirens. And on Corrode, it looked the exact
Last player
same.
standing.
We thought we were going to be seeing a
Team
swift
Ace.
3-0.
Attackers win.
But no. On map 2, Lotus, although we may have not seen the expected potential win from Sirens, damn, was it close. Was it some
Oh.
good bloody Valorant?
Yes.
Haven was a lot sloppier going into it as the map 3. We saw a lot of flaws coming in from both sides. We really did not think that Asterisk were really playing at their game, at their up game. But then we were kind of proving that maybe Sirens were really that built different going into it. Because as we had Abyss, it was a serious brawl. It was amazing to watch. What a great last map for this tournament. Because I was a little scared I was going to see a lame 3-0 stomp, but I'm glad that I actually got to see some really good Valorant from these teams. I'm really happy that it
100%
ended the
agree.
way it did.
It was so fun. It was so good. Again, Corrode started off with a really bad first impression because 13-3. Are you kidding me? What are we watching for the grand finals, right? But then Siren, they started locking in. They started locking in Lotus, Haven. Even though Lotus wasn't theirs, right? It was still close. 13-11 and then 13-9 for themselves. And it made it look like Abyss was actually going to be theirs because they were picking up the pace as the game went on. But at certain moments, they weren't able to clutch it out. And there were individual plays from the likes of Asterisk Women that were just able to overtake them. But we have to give credit. Compared to the past, Sirens outdid themselves. And compared to a team like Asterisk Women, who have such a high standard going into this, I think it was a fantastic job they did. I think this is a real potential we're getting to see from all of these players. But in general, I mean, this was a great match.
Yeah, it was a good way to end it. It was a really, really good way to end it. Sirens looked really, really like the underdog team going into this grand finals, and Corrode looked like we were proving it, but now they activated, they lit up, and I'm really happy to see it because they had some great moments individually. I think Ravenclaw was a massive asset, and Natural L was absolutely amazing in this series. With Nicole backing her up a lot, those two seem like a big dynamic duo on that team. So it's great to see them play together and have so many huge pop-offs. But unfortunately, I think unfortunately for Sirens, they may have not closed it out, but I think they can definitely give themselves a pat on the back for how well they played in this series and how close they really made those few maps. You know, the first one was one-sided, but the rest were good. The rest were good close maps. So can't complain about that, right? But with that, it's Asterisk, your winners. Congratulations to Asterisk. We're going to be taking a small break, but not long after that, we're going to be talking a few more details about stats, and we'll be going into an interview with one of our Asterisk women members as their champions to get their thoughts on the series and whatnot. So we'll see you guys after the break, but don't go anywhere. We'll have an interview right afterwards.
Okay. One enemy remaining.
Dizzy's up top.
My eyes are down.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
My ult is ready.
Thrifty.
Cage trigger.
you.
Gotta go.
Spike down A.
Wingman's defused.
One enemy remaining.
I guess we're doing this.
My territory, my rules.
Last player standing.
Retreat.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Right there.
One enemy remaining. Spike down, attacker spawn. They're standing. One enemy remaining.
Satchel out. Attack or die!
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Off your feet!
Spike planted. Last player standing. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Don't interrupt.
Flash out! Gotcha.
Here comes the party.
Up and away. Not ready yet. Good hit.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Revealing area.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Hey, snowman.
30 seconds left. One enemy remains. Spike planted.
Esports is global. From Seoul to Rio de Janeiro, from small bedrooms to massive arenas. From your very first game to your biggest victories. This is our world, our digital city. Millions play, millions watch. A global movement shaped by players, driven by passion, powered by its culture and community.
I am Arminas, head of Reloader. We love gaming. We live esports. Welcome to our venture.
We're Team Reloader. Our mission is simple. Give players what they've always deserved: rewards, respect, and recognition. This isn't just about features. It's about the culture we live and the community we build. Play more. Chase goals. Build your legacy.
Lock, load, and reload. It's Reloader. Things are just starting.
Gaming is massive.
Spike planted.
Scanning ahead.
One enemy remaining. They're standing. One enemy remaining.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, we
I-
do apologize for a moment. It does seem like there
What?
was a bit of a mishap on the side of tech, on the side of production, but it matters not right now. We got it through. You're going to be able to hear us, hopefully now. But it seems like now that you're able to hear us, as we talked into absolute nothingness and we were kind of conversing with Ghost, we're able to tell you that, yet again, winners are here. You saw the MVPs. Huge to every player who played in general, but we have our winners, and right now we need to focus on, of course, our grand finalists, on Asterisk Women, and one of them ended up being on, or rather ready to go into interview. We have Meow right now on the standby to answer a couple of our questions, to give us the insights on how the map went, and let's pull her in. Let's see what we can really drag out of her information-wise. And in general, again, to apologize for the little slip-up, but in general, it was a fun match. That's kind of to summarize what we talked about.
TLDR, we were giving a lot of credit to both teams. They played really well. We were just talking about how well they played, all right? You don't have to go too deep into it, right? Well, I'll give it. Do you want to give a small recap before we pass the interview, Prod, or should we just go straight into it, considering the issue that we got? Okay, let's go into the interview with Meow, shall we? Because people are waiting for it. People are waiting to hear how she feels. So we got Meow with us here on the caster screen, on the caster chat with her. Meow, congratulations on your win. Parfo, did you want to start with questions, or do you want me to roll with my first call here?
You know, I'll just start it off. I want to bring about the vibes. Meow, how did you feel going into this match, specifically because you've already won against Sirens quite dominantly in the past, and were the vibes good? Were you confident?
One enemy remaining.
Okay, we're good now. What the heck? Prod, let her speak. Let her speak. She's silent.
There we go.
Okay, yeah.
There we go. Okay.
I was saying is we were definitely confident, but Siren definitely did a lot of work and homework in these couple of days to show up in grand finals like that.
Yeah, I agree. I was going to actually add to that. Were you guys caught off guard by how suddenly Sirens were performing well on, and how did you kind of adapt afterwards, especially with losing that map on Haven? Things looked really different. It may have seemed like mental might have been down. What was the thought process with what happened with Haven? Were you unexpecting things? Were you not ready, or was it kind of a maladaptation at the time?
I think we were sitting like this, and then we had to sit like this. That's
Oh, I see. So it was more like kind of, oh, okay, we have to focus now. It was very much more of a relaxed start.
Yeah, we were all relaxed, and then we had to sit straight and focus. Of course, Dollar had to give the dose.
The dose, the Asterisk dose. I see.
Yeah, through the midpoint of Lotus, you guys were a bit troubled again. It seems like Sirens were actually going to win Lotus, but in the end stage, you locked in. What initiated that change? What was the problem that you guys had to solve?
Honestly, there have been a lot of switch of players, so it was very hard for us to adapt to which player knows what to do. And there were times that we were clueless that the player that we were playing with doesn't know what we are supposed to do in the particular rounds. So that was, I think that's why we lost lots of silly rounds. I'm pretty sure if Ilu was playing with us in the grand finals, this wouldn't have been a big fuss. We would have been 13-0.
I was going to say, yeah, there were a lot of switches around in some of the rosters, so I was really curious about that. I wasn't sure if it was whether or not you wanted to change things around, if Elo was subbed, if Elo just wasn't around, but yeah, that's important to know now, right? And my last question to you is a bit different, but how was your thought process on the competitions? Because I know that you guys recently were the GC champions for South Asia Challengers, and now you're going into Challengers Pacific. Were the composition choices that you made reminiscent of how you'd usually play in those more high stakes tournaments, or were you saving some things that you've cooked for the bigger stakes later on?
Yeah, we did play around the comps wherein we did switch up a little comps and the agents that we play in the our main scrims and all the practices. We definitely did not showcase the game that we are preparing to show in the game changes in October. Yeah, saving the
Yeah.
strats for real.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Yeah.
I'll end it off with one more question, maybe unrelated to the tournament. But how are you guys feeling going into challenges? Do you guys feel like you're one of the bigger ones to get in there? Are you guys more kind of happy to be there? What's the mindset going into that really big tournament for you?
We definitely do want to gel up a lot since our qualifier was one of the last qualifiers that happened in the entire Game Changers series. So we did get a little bit of time to prepare, like freshly prepare all the strats, all the comps with all the maps, including the map changes and the buffs and nerfs. But yeah, we are coping up good. We are barely taking any time to rest for now until the LAN.
Nice. Very good. Congratulations
right.
on your win again. And congrats on making it to challenges as well. Best of luck on that. I hope it works out for you. Puffer, anything else before we close out the interview?
I mean, Meow, anyone you want to give a shout out to? Anyone you want to give a big ups? Maybe your players, maybe anyone watching?
I definitely want to give it up to Dollar because
Coach
he was
Dollar.
definitely feeling the rage because that's not how we play. And yeah, I wish I could just see his webcam while we lost all those silly rounds. Yeah, if you guys have it recorded back in your back end, please do share it with us. It will be a great entertainment to watch.
That sounds like a really fun team bonding exercise. Just see Dollar molding and just like kind of like an Alex effect with Paper X, for example.
Yeah,
right?
I
Similar
am
vibe.
definitely expecting that.
Nice. That's great to see. All right. Well, thank you very much, Meow. Again, congrats on the win. Best of luck in the future, especially with your big tournament coming up in challenges. It was a pleasure having you on for the interview, and have fun celebrating with your team. Have fun.
Thank you so much. Good luck to you guys.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Alrighty, and that's our interview done and dusted, and that is indeed then our tournament done and dusted. Reloader Ascend Empress Cup is now over, with your Asterisk women being your champions. Sirens a close second. Congratulations for them for getting second as well. And that'll be it from me. It was a great series. Puffer, anything else to say before the curtains called and the curtains close up?
I mean, just in general, thanks for everyone who played, everyone who came around to watch. Thank you, Sheba, for being on the desk here today with me. And of course, the prod team for trying their best and in general making the show as good as it is. But in general, I think it was a great series. I think for a grand final, this was very fitting. And of course, lovely Asterisk women get to claim themselves the 25,000 rupees. So they're walking home with a bit of bang for their buck as well. And don't forget, we also have another little shout out to give, and it's going to be Reloader's Discord, because of course you can go in, you can do your pick'ems, and of course, if you get them right, you have a chance at winning 6,000 VP. So nothing to lose, just a free little bet and gamble, and in general, get yourself involved, because who doesn't love free money?
That's what I'm saying, especially with the gold bundles coming up. Why not, right? But with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching today. It's been a pleasure. I've been Shiva, joined by Puffer Bob. Give a round of applause to your production as well. This has been the Reloader Ascend Empress Cup, and we'll see you guys next time for more Ascend events. Thank you very much, everyone. Take care.